textbooks, which will help make college more affordable for them. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Miguel Ramos, Vice Chancellor of Instruction, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Ramos.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor.
Good afternoon.
So the textbook savings program highlights Houston Community College's progress in expanding these savings options to reduce the cost of attendance for our students while maintaining academic quality and program integrity. The presentation outlines the types of textbook savings options currently available to our students. These include a range of approaches such as open or no-cost instructional materials that are intended to lower or eliminate out-of-pocket textbook expenses while ensuring students have access to required materials from the first day of class. The data on use that we have in these slides show a clear and sustained shift away from traditional textbook purchasing over time. For the course section data here, since 2017, we see that when we started off, a vast majority of the students, almost 100% of them, used traditional textbook purchasing options. By 2025, that figure had dropped to 35% of course sections, demonstrating significant growth in adoption of these cost-saving alternatives. When we look at duplicated enrollment, we see a similar pattern. By 2017, almost 100% of students had relied on traditional textbook purchases, but by 2025, that share had declined to 31%, indicating the majority of students are now benefiting from these textbook savings options. The long-term financial impact of this shift is substantial, and so it's rare that I get to say this is a true money slide, but it is the money slide. The cumulative adoption of textbook savings options has generated approximately $105 million in savings for students since the broad adoption of this approach in 2017. And these savings directly support student persistence, completion, and overall affordability here at HCC. So while it may not be feasible or appropriate for every course to move away from traditional textbooks due to licensing, accreditation, or program-specific requirements, our institutional goal remains clear, which is to offer as many cost-saving textbook options as possible whenever academically and professionally appropriate. So I'm happy to take any questions.
That's great. Now just keep saving for the students.
Yeah,
Thank you. Appreciate the update.
you're welcome.
Okay, the next item and that we will move on to is item D, changes in focus for proposed baccalaureate degrees. The Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. So this item is presented to discuss the change in focus for proposed baccalaureate degrees based upon an iterative process that is being used. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Miguel Ramos, Vice Chancellor of Instruction, will present an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Ramos.
Thank you very much. Hello again. The changed focus is trying to address a couple of concerns that have been raised and also some observations around the development of baccalaureate degrees that were brought up at a previous session. So this presentation really describes how HCC has refined the focus of 3 proposed applied baccalaureate degrees to better align with workforce demand, institutional realities, and student needs. As with all baccalaureate development at HCC, the work reflects an iterative process informed by labor market data, regulatory constraints, and feasibility considerations. The business baccalaureate degree has shifted to an emphasis on project management. So this change reflects a strategic focus on skills tied to managing time-bound deliverables. These are skills that are directly transferable across industries. And importantly, the Houston region shows strong and sustained demand for project management professionals, making this a practical and workforce-aligned choice. So when we think about the original intent, when we're thinking about business management, that's a much more strategic focus and a theoretical focus. As the programs have developed the baccalaureate degree in project management, their focus was on creating an opportunity for people to engage in the real-time deliverable of products out in the field, but that also applies to multiple industries. So it's not simply focused on IT or business, but we have opportunities in a wide range of areas. The Computer Information Systems Baccalaureate has been reconceptualized as a Baccalaureate of Applied Technology and Information Technology. This adjustment sharpens the applied nature of the degree, emphasizing hands-on operational skills such as installing, maintaining, and securing hardware, systems, and networks. The intent is to prepare graduates for technical roles that require applied expertise rather than purely theoretical or business-oriented knowledge. The shift away from proposing a nursing baccalaureate degree at this time reflects practical regulatory constraints. HCC must first receive confirmation from the Texas Board of Nursing regarding long-term viability of its associate level nursing programs. in the interim, proposing a baccalaureate of applied science in early childhood education and teaching allows the institution to address another high-demand regional need. In a previous presentation related to the proposed baccalaureate degrees, we talked about the concern around artificial intelligence related to information technology. So when we have conversations around development in these technical fields these days, there is a constant conversation about what the role of artificial intelligence has on the industry. And we weigh two polarities in that discussion. On the one hand, we have think pieces, studies that indicate that AI could be a massively disruptive technology, eliminating a number of jobs. We've already seen some industry examples of folks eliminating those positions. On the other hand, we also have equally strong opinions and think pieces around the idea that eventually we're going to see artificial intelligence as a collaborative development along with human skills. And probably the truth of the matter is somewhere in between. So one thing that we want to do as we think about the development, not just of information technology, but in a broad array of our technical awards, is how we can pivot in the case of a situation where that industry goes one way or the other. Is, in fact, artificial intelligence going to eliminate particular jobs? In that case, if we see that coming, then we have to make some quick decisions about how we change the curriculum to address that reality. However, if we're moving in the direction of a much more collaborative AI world, we have to think about how we pivot our workers to be ready for that reality. A couple of years ago, Trustee Cheapen, you made the comment that what the reality could be in the future is that if a job is not necessarily going to be to eliminate someone who doesn't, you're not going to be replaced by AI technology, you're going to be replaced by the person that knows how to use it in a particular context. We've been having conversations about different areas like autonomous vehicles, drone technicians, and really thinking about what does the future hold in artificial intelligence in terms of these two polarities, these two ideas. Is it, for each of these industries, a likelihood that we are more about replacement, or is it more about collaboration? If it's the left, what are some of the options in that field? If it's on the right side, how are we going to adapt our workers to make sure that they are conversant in this AI technology in the world? So that's kind of how we're thinking about the information technologies along with artificial intelligence. The second concern referenced the emerging research suggesting possible economic penalties for community college baccalaureate graduates compared to traditional four-year institutions. And so while this research raises valuable questions, it also acknowledges key limitations, including differences in institutional selectivity, costs, and student populations. For example, it is possible that students who might not otherwise pursue a baccalaureate at all, in this scenario, the most salient comparison in the study is the difference between associate and bachelor's degree earnings. So we read the study, had conversations about it. It's a good study. It raises some really interesting points about the comparison between a four-year and a four-year institution versus community college across the country. The authors themselves, in very traditional research fashion, had a lot of additional questions they want to ask moving forward. One of the limitations of the study is that they're only looking at 1 year of salary data after the study itself, so they don't know long-term whether these differences will hold up. The other thing that they're limited by, but I completely understand why, is that they have to accumulate a large sample of data to make these sort of analyses, the econometric analyses that they were trying to carry out. However, when you do that, my background is as a researcher, when you do that, you're going to be left with Florida, which can do any kind of bachelor's it wants. You can have a Bachelor of Applied Science or a Bachelor of Science at a community college, just as you would at the University of Florida. Texas doesn't allow that. We have a very specific focus on applied degrees. So when you start doing analyses at the localized level, the picture looks a little bit different. So when we think about the implications of having a baccalaureate degree at the community college level, what we're really thinking about is what are the opportunities we're getting to students that are coming in that maybe never had the idea of a bachelor's degree as an option to begin with. The comparison that I think about often when I'm considering this particular question is a student going to Bunker Hill Community College may not have had the idea of getting a bachelor's degree, so they're going to try to take advantage of opportunities that they provide there. They're not necessarily competing with MIT for its graduates, so it's a slightly different population. And certainly, moving forward, we don't know where the direction is going to go ultimately if we're allowed to have different types of bachelor's degrees, and that may become a more relevant question. But it's certainly something to keep an eye on. And that's one of the reasons why when the state allows us to have baccalaureate degrees, they really center on a workforce. They want to make sure that we're addressing particular needs, not necessarily for us to compete with 4 years. And so that is my presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Trustee Sheben?
No, I appreciate those explanations. I think I know this is a report item, not an action item.
Yeah.
As we move towards the report item, on the IT front, the aspect of it that concerns me is we're seeing job placements broadly be lower. About, I think, twice as, the gap between success and not is about twice as much in the computer science world as it is in the general kind of bachelor's graduate community.
Sure.
But there are specific institutions like University of Maryland and Purdue have been called out as having just really great placement rates. And so just understanding what some of these institutions have done to kind of crack the code and incorporating those best practices into our baccalaureate program, I think that's what I'd personally like to see.
Sure.
But I hear you that we're targeting a different type of skill set than a generic 4-year computer science degree. So.
One aspect of that, if I may, is that in the study, they talk about the role of signaling in the 4-year space versus the workforce space that usually is associated with community colleges. So they emphasize the idea that one of the aspects of 4-year institutions that I don't know that they really understood what the community college space is like, but they emphasize the idea that you make connections. If you go to UT, Rice, MIT, you're making these networking connections. Our programs recognize that. You've had great experiences with the artificial intelligence. We bring in industry. We have conversations with CEOs. Some of the videos that we've seen at our community partnership meetings emphasize that students actually get to have conversations with the leaders of these industries. And I think that's a really key distinction when we're thinking about what potentially makes a 4-year at a community college successful versus not, is what are the real world opportunities that we present to them through work-based learning, through internships, with partnerships, and giving them that real world exposure. And that's really, really useful.
Mm-hmm. I got one more question. On the early childhood side, again, supportive of the degree, it's a desperate need for the greater Houston region. And this wouldn't necessarily need to be done prior to when we approve the degree, but it'd be helpful to understand what steps are we taking, what partnerships are we fostering in order to try to mitigate the postgraduate kind of depressed salary for that field broadly. With it being such a field and skill set that's in such need, like how are we preparing our students or helping to smooth the path to them getting a family-sustaining wage, right after or near after graduation from HCC versus other institutions? So.
No, that's a really good point. One of the intentionalities of the design of that award is to create a runway. So we know it's a really sad societal comment that early childhood development, if we're looking at daycares, that sort of thing, it's a very low salary. One aspect of the building of this degree is to create a runway to potential teacher certification. When you start getting into elementary school teachers, which are in very, very high need and do present some good opportunities for having a living wage. And that's really the focus of the program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Trustee Norito?
Well, I know that we really spent a lot of time marketing on our name change because we were going for the baccalaureate program. That was what we promised the people. So that was why it was important for me to make sure we gave this information out, because we promised them a bachelorette in nursing, and so I want to make sure that we are following through and we're not leading them astray, and that we continue to help the students that came in for that purpose, and that we have a great building, okay, and at the last meeting we learned of everything that's going to be going on in that building that's not health related. So I want to make sure that what's going into that building is health related and not pull away from the other buildings some of their programs. And because, we've invested a lot of money into Coleman building. and Coleman College. So we need to find other ways, other programs that we can build up still in the health field. And as I know you'll have questions from the other trustees when they all hear this, because just a few of us here. But we want to make sure that the bachelor programs are strong programs. Whatever we're offering here at HCC is strong enough to transfer to other universities. So I know you're just a messenger, and we thank you for being the messenger, and thank you for all the information and data that you gave us. And I acknowledge that, but I still want to make sure that I'm a former early childhood teacher myself, so I know it takes a lot of training, a lot of extra training. And right now, we're not getting the support from the state for accreditation for teachers. If you have a certificate, they'll hire you in some of the other schools because they're not really pushing accreditation. And so it's going to affect a lot of the universities. So we need to make sure that program is going to be a strong program. But I'm not so sure that it needs to be at Coleman. I think that it can continue at some of the other campuses that are closer to them. And, like I said, we still need to look at it and to make sure that the programs that we're saying are going to go there are really the programs are still health related, and that our focus continue in the health field for Coleman, and for us to continue helping I don't want us to go out and say that we have bachelor programs, and if we're not really going to be strong bachelor programs. Okay.
Absolutely. And
So that's just my opinion, my thoughts as we continue going forward and on
yes.
and increasing the programs here at HCC.
Well, Trustee Leto, I completely agree. And if I make a correction, so the education professions COE would actually be the owner of the baccalaureate in early childhood education. So that would be based out of Southeast College.
Okay, because I thought it was going to go there.
Yeah. No, the program itself is centered at Southeast College, so they would be the purveyors of the baccalaureate in early childhood education and teaching.
So when you have the line nursing going into early childhood, then the training's not going to be there at Coleman.
It's
so
not gonna
you're
be at
going to have
Coleman.
something else there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, it will be health focused at Coleman. So we have top of mind. We want to make sure we
That's what
utilize.
we want to make sure.
Yes.
We want to make sure that it's used fully for health programs.
Absolutely. We are 100% in agreement with you.
Thank you.
We know this process, and you mentioned that earlier. It's a process, right? And it's subject to change, for there to be changes. But I think it's very, very important that the communication be very clear, and that we continuously communicate internally and externally about these changes, so that it leaves no chance for miscommunication or for us to be seen as, just making changes to make changes, right? Rather than being really intentional about what those are. Yeah. So let's just make sure that we keep that at the forefront. This is not to say that we're not doing that. I'm saying especially as the academic chair, that we must do that. We must make sure that we're communicating any changes to the community. We started off with certain plans that we had that weren't written in stone, and so if even one board member or one community member or students are confused about actually what there will be, then that's just one too many, right? And so I just wanted to make sure to say that. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is how are we preparing for these degrees and making sure that we have the capacity, the leadership to lead, if you will, each of these pathways. So where are we with that, and what are we thinking in that regard? Let's use early childhood or education as an example. What is our plan there?
Well, the plan is in development. So as we develop the degree plan, then we start identifying the faculty needs, how we want to set up the leadership structure, because this is all something that we have to submit to the state and to SACS. So they ultimately are the approvers of whether the degree moves forward. So as part of that application, we'll specify a structure, faculty needs, resource needs, equipment needs, any sort of facilities that we need. So that's part of the process of development. The first stage is always the degree plan, because then that tells us what we're going to need in order to make sure we have the appropriate resources to support the successful implementation.
So there will be, like, in that structure, there will be like whether it's a dean or a lead or what have you of each of those.
Correct. Like we have to.
Potentially, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm calling it that,
Yeah.
but okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Good.
Thank you. Do you have anything you'd like to add? No? Okay. That's it?
All right.
That's all. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, our final item is item E, Professional Degree Nursing Program. This also is a report item. Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a report item to discuss an update on the LVN to ADN program progression. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Norma Perez and Dr. Latricia Harrison will provide an update and respond to questions. So Dr. Perez and Dr. Harrison, please.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Chancellor. Both of us are here just to give you an update on the nursing program. As you noticed that we gave you some information in the previous presentation, and just want to let you know that, again, keep in mind that we started the associate degree nursing, the LVN to associate degree nursing fall of 2025, and with the idea that those students will graduate in August of this year. So based on the presentation, you see that with the two cohorts that we have, we started a cohort in fall, which currently has 17 students, and then we started a cohort in spring, in the spring with how many? 15 students. Okay. And so the idea is that our students that will graduate in August would be 17, and at that time they will be able then to sit for the NCLEX, which is the licensure that's required for them to practice as associate degree nurses. And so that, as that happens, then the Board of Nursing does their licensure pass rate on an annual basis. So we will not know exactly where we stand on our licensure pass rate until January or February of 2027. So we assume that our students are going to earn a score of 80% or higher, which is what requires by the coordinating board. Once we attain that and we get the official notice from the State Board of Nursing, they will then notify us, and at that point, the program will be able to submit their curriculum for a traditional nursing program. And with that assumption, then we hope to be able to start with their approval. Again, the State Board of Nursing hopefully will give us an approval then to start the traditional program in either fall of 27. It could be spring of 28, but we do believe that we'll be ready with fall of 27 with our first cohort of the traditional program. And we may be limited with the number of applicants we can start with, or the number of students we can begin for that first cohort. So any questions?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I was just hoping you could give us a bit more explanation about what you mean by a traditional nursing program and how that's different than an associate's degree in nursing and a baccalaureate in nursing.
Thank you. Very good question. A traditional nursing program starts from the freshman level, whereas what we have now is we have our LVN to associate degree. So those students that are currently in the program have to have a LVN license, whereas once we get approval from the Board of Nursing, they can start at the beginning, the freshman level.
Thank you.
So that's a pretty low number. So I was thinking that we had more students than that in the program.
Sure. We were limited by the Board of Nursing, and where we can only accept 30 students a semester. So they did give us, typically they would do once a year, but they did allow us to do twice a year. So that's why those numbers are where they are. And as we continue to promote and people start to know more that the program is back, those numbers are increasing.
So the LVN we're also limited into the number of students that can go into the LVN program?
No, we take up to 150 students in the LVN program.
Okay, so this 17 are the only ones that have qualified to go take their state test?
These 17 are in the LVN to associate degree nursing program. So these students that will graduate will be registered nurses. So we have currently about 100 students in our LVN program. It's a different license.
Thank you. And, but overall, we have more than that number of students using the whole facility.
Absolutely. We
Correct.
currently have about 3,500 students within all of our programs currently.
Good, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Chancellor. If there aren't any other questions or any other comments, this meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is adjourning at
2:36 p.m.
Thank you. Bam, bam.
Audit.
The Audit Committee today. Topics for discussion and/or action. We will begin with item A, Internal Audit Status Report. No action is required. This is a report item only. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a discussion item that provides the quarterly status update per the Board of Trustees adopted Audit Committee action calendar. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Mr. Terrence Corrigan, Internal Auditor, will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other board members. So this, as the Chancellor indicated, is a reoccurring quarterly status report against the fiscal year 2027 internal audit plan that you approved back in August of 2025. So in the presentation, we will have, there we go. So we have summarized information on the internal audit plan status There's follow-up on observations that we wrote in reports and what the action plan, the status of the action plans are. Any external reviews or audits that activity, we'll talk about that. And then we'll give our general statement that on our independence, we don't have any independence impairments and scope limitations, so we want to positively confirm that. Now, also attached in your package, there's a more detailed fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan status report, and there's the audit observations details and the action plans. So, projects that we completed since the last status report, we completed the internal quality assurance review, which is a audit of ourselves that we do in-house. It's very important because we're going to use that assurance review in our external quality assurance review. The external reviewer, we intend to provide them with that information, and they can use that to do their external quality assurance review. We had, when you look at the observations that we reported, we had 5 observations on ourselves that we need to work on, and 3 of those observations on ourselves are associated with the quality assurance and improvement program. And so we're going to resolve those in the next agenda item we come to, where we talk about our quality assurance and improvement program. So 3 of those observations should be cleared up after we get approval for that program. And then the other 2 have to do with, we're going to rework our internal audit operations manual, and we're also going to give ourselves some more training on our software that we use to manage the internal audit function, which is called Teammate Plus. So we're going to get some more training on that to help facilitate using it more efficiently and effectively. So the other reports that we have issued have to do with the campus safety and environmental audits that we do. We do 3 colleges each year. This year, Central, Northeast, and Coleman were done. And so often, internal audit is only associated with reporting on things that can be improved. But in this case, I think I would be remiss if I didn't point out we had a shining star in the campus safety and environmental audits. Coleman College, they only had 2 postings for hazards that were possible in the rooms. One of them they self-reported to us, and the other one they put the posting up immediately. So the one they self-reported they had already fixed. So they were that close to a 100% compliance, which is pretty incredible. So I sat down with the audit team and asked them, what do you think was the reason for that? And they pretty much came to the conclusion that Coleman, we have 70 plus protocols that we look for. They don't all apply to every college, but our audits on that are not gotcha audits. We send those protocols out to them at least a month in advance of when we come out there. But these colleges have been through this before, and they have those protocols. And so it appeared to us that the audit was nothing out of the routine for them. They have embedded the protocols into their everyday operations. And so every day they're looking at that. So I think that was the reason why they did so well. So the projects we still have going on, we have minors on campus. the policing audit, that report is in the finalization stage right now, so we should have that out within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So we got IT disaster recovery and business continuity going on, and we'll also be working on the IT systems audit. We're still working on the implementation of the campus security and safety program, and so that's an ongoing process right now. So the observations we had in our reports and the follow-up on the action plans, that information is in your packet. And so if you've looked at those and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. And then there were no new audits or reviews since the last time I reported to you. However, we do have more good news. The state auditor's office has informed us that their preliminary assessment on the SB 18 compliance audit they were doing on DEI compliance, which is now known as the Texas Education Code 51.3525, they found no instances of noncompliance at all. So that was good news too. Now that was a preliminary. They could come back and say, oh, we came up with something, but I don't think they will. So that was really good. And so the last thing I'm doing every quarter now is I'm positively stating, because the standards like for us to do this, is positively confirmed that we have experienced no independence impairments or scope limitations in the work we're doing. So that's a good thing too. So with that, answer any questions you have about anything that's in your packet or anything that I've presented today.
Any members, do we have any questions? Outstanding, Mr. Corrigan. Thank you so much for your report. We will now move to item B. Is there a motion to approve item B, approve quality assurance and improvement program?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the Board of Trustees' consideration of approval of the Internal Audit Department, IA, Quality Assurance and Improvement Program, QAIP. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Mr. Terrence Corrigan, Internal Auditor will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you, Chancellor. So to us in the Internal Audit Department, this is the most important thing that we do. So to be compliant with the standards, we have to have this quality assurance and improvement program in place. And with the new standards, we now have to discuss this with the board and with the audit committee. And we have to present to them information about the program and the things that we need to do. Now, it's a little more complex this year because every 5 years you're supposed to do an external quality assurance review. And we're up for that quality assurance, external quality assurance review this year. And so it's necessary for the audit committee to approve this and the board approve our quality assurance improvement program. So in approving it, there are other things that go along with the quality insurance program that you need to be aware of and approve as well. So as part of the external quality assurance review, you have two options on how you can do your quality assurance. You can do a self-assessment with independent validation, which is the method that we're recommending that we use because we've already done our internal assessment on ourselves, and they can use that to more efficiently and effectively do their review of us, and it's better for costs too. The other one is full assessment, in which case they come in like we never did anything and they do it from scratch, which we think would be ridiculous since we've already done the assessment. Plus, the assessment we do on ourselves is required that we do anyway. So that's what we plan on using, is the self-assessment with independent validation. So to do that assessment, that external quality assessment, we need to have a provider. And so the method we plan on using to try and select that provider is to work with our procurement department and find the best qualified provider. And that's who we will select to use to do the review. We plan on trying to do the review either September or October of this year with the external quality assessor. So to us, in internal audit, this is like we're not a real internal audit department unless we pass that assessment. And so to pass that assessment, you have to achieve at least a general conformance with the standards. Now they have a full conformance with the standards as well, but since we had 5 things we needed to fix, we're the best we can really do is a general conformance, but we will fix those 5 things. Then there's also, this information was provided to you back in April, and we gave you a month to look at it all and come up with any questions you have about it. But we also provided you with information in April about the internal audit's performance measurement methodology, which were the 2 documents we provided there. And so we're asking for your approval for that performance measurement methodology as well. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have about the quality assurance and improvement program for internal audit.
Committee members, do you have any questions? No questions? Trustees, do you have any questions? There are no questions, Mr. Terrence Corrigan. This is outstanding. So we are now ready for the vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Excellent.
Thank
From
you
what I
very much.
understand, thank you, Mr. Corrigan. From what I understand, we have a closed session item today? We do. So are we going to now do item C and then go to closed session? Okay. So we will now move to item C, the report on quarterly control and compliance attestation. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor, will you introduce the item, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is for discussion and presented as a report item regarding the quarterly control and compliance attestation. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Nicole Montgomery, General Counsel, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Montgomery.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees. Before you is the quarterly attestation for the period December 1, 2025 through February 28, 2026. We received 2 attestations, one previously reported to the board regarding the Coleman water damage, and then the second one was a completely mitigated report that was an internal deadline and not a regulatory deadline. With that, we will take any questions.
Committee members, are there any questions? We have no questions. This is outstanding. Thank you so much. We will now adjourn to a closed or executive session. This meeting of the Audit Committee will now adjourn. Under the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required, in the opinion of the board, on any matter considered in closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
2:55 PM. 3:34 p.m.
Sharon, we're just going to start if that's okay. Okay. The meeting of the Board Governance Committee for May 6, 2026 will now come to order at
3:34 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Sean Cheban, Trustee Renee Patterson, and alternate Dr. Adriana Tamez. Opportunity for public comment. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Topics for discussion and or action. Is there a motion to approve item 8, proposed changes to DH Local Employee Standard of Conduct?
So moved.
I'll second it. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the revisions to DH local policy as recommended by TASB, which restricts the storage of low THC cannabis and that prohibits the storage of alcohol or controlled substances on college property. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor. As the Chancellor indicated, item B regarding policy DH, this is the employee policy regarding revisions addressing for House Bill 46, which prohibits the college restricting the low-grade THC cannabis as authorized by state law, and then also revisions prohibiting the storing of controlled substances, alcohol, drugs, and related paraphernalia. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from any trustees? Seeing none, we're now available to vote on the item. Ready to vote on the item.
The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed changes to DM local termination of employment?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to DM local regarding termination of employment. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
The language that is being proposed is recommended by TASB. This is really a reorganization of policies. This current language is also listed in DC local. It was moved to this policy by TASB because this is the termination policy. Also, we have added the administration a reference to the definition of at-will employees, which is located in DCC legal for clarity purposes. With that, we'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Cheban?
I just wanted to confirm, and I think you just answered it. There's no meaningful change in our current practices based on this, right?
There is no meaningful change in our current practice, and this is also already in our policies. They just wanted a policy in the termination provision.
All right, thanks.
Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item B.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item C, proposed changes to EGA local academic achievement and grading, grading and credit?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to EGA local academic achievement and grading and credit recommended by TASB and the administration. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Certainly. In this policy, there is a reference to policy FB local regarding academic fresh start, which we will cover with the FB local policy. Also, the administration made changes to clarify that we now offer baccalaureate degrees. There was an inquiry regarding whether we want to be general or not, and there is an option if the board so chooses to be more general. However, we have listed the actual baccalaureate degrees.
Any questions from Trustee Cheevan?
I guess one trustee's perspective, I'd prefer to be general so that we don't have to come back and update the policy every time we establish a new baccalaureate pathway, but that's my only feedback.
Descriptive,
I-
this section, or is it used?
It is both. However, if we would like to be general, we could strike the references to artificial intelligence and robotics, as well as healthcare management, and then add a statement as indicated in the catalog. We do want to be specific either in this policy or in the catalog, so that it is clear which baccalaureate degrees we offer.
And the catalog is what is in the catalog prescribed through policy?
No, what will be in the catalog will be if the board approves any additional baccalaureate degrees, and that will go through the full approval process for the board, and then that would be referenced in the catalog. I hope I'm answering your question.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
Do we need to pass this today, or can we just refer to committee and clean it up for next month?
Either, we do have a motion prepared if you would like to.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. The third paragraph of EGA local is amended to strike the references in artificial intelligence robotics, in healthcare management, and to add as indicated in the catalog at the end of the sentence.
So moved.
Second.
We have an amended motion. Is the third paragraph of EGA local is amended to strike the reference of in artificial intelligence and robotics and in healthcare management and add as indicated in the catalog to the end of the sentence.
Is catalog defined somewhere?
We use it several places in the policy. I'll have to search the actual policies to determine where it's defined.
It's capitalized, so it would, whatever the title of the document itself is how it's referenced in policies.
Okay.
And it's available on the website, so you
Okay.
can go and pretty easily, because I've pulled it up before, search course catalog and it pops right
Okay.
up.
If it's used elsewhere, that gives me some comfort. Okay, great. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment.
And who seconded on that amendment?
I did.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
Great. Now, I think, any more discussion on the policy?
We need to,
Seeing none, we need to vote on
As amended.
the item C as amended.
okay.
We're ready.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Is there a motion to approve item D, proposed changes to FB local admissions?
So moved.
I'll second it. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed changes to FB local regarding academic achievement, grading, and credit, which are recommended by TASB local and the administration. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. We have 3 changes for FB local. The first change is recommended by TASB pursuant to Senate Bill 37, indicating that the board and the chancellor will work collaboratively regarding procedures for student admissions. Also, there is a cross-reference recommended by TASB to policy EGA local, which we just adopted. And then the third change is an optional change that the administration has elected to recommend. It is authorized by Senate Bill 365, which allows for changes for academic fresh start, previously 10 years, and we want to reduce that to 5 years. And so what this essentially means is that Texas residents that are applying for undergraduate now will have a look back to 5 years instead of 10 years. So if they have unfavorable academics that is in their previous coursework that is older, it will no longer be considered. So we believe that this will expand access for students. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions? So can you detail exactly what is erased? Is it every course at that college? Is it every course at any college? What exactly is erased in that 5-year window, just for everyone?
And may I have Dr. Acorta come? Her team is over registration to answer those specific questions.
Great.
It would be the courses tied to our institution.
Okay.
And it is at the point of the term that they're requesting the waiver, it is 5 years prior to that. Any courses they will not be able to use at that point once that is requested. So previously it used to be 10 years. We would have to wait. If I'm coming in this year, we would have to only be allowed to waive 10 years prior. It will be a shorter amount of time, which is beneficial for our students who are, that's what that means. So it's our institutional credit only that we have managed oversight over.
And there's no requirement here that they transfer anything from any other college, right? They can truly get a fresh start. They're not required to transfer anything from Lone Star or Sanjak or anything like that in order to start.
It's truly only the credits that we own here as an institution.
Okay, so they will truly get a fresh start. Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item, I'm sorry, was that D?
D.
D.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Receive. Thank you. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E, proposed changes to FC local registration and attendance?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to FC local registration and attendance to include the proposed changes by TASB and the modification in the first paragraph made by the administration to ensure alignment with HCC practice. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. For FC local, first, it is a reorganization of existing wording in the policy. There is an addition that was made by TASB to include general registration. And then also, as the Chancellor indicated, there is a red line strike of approved by the board. Our current practice is that the catalog is an operational document and does not come to the board for approval. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions? Trustee Chun?
Yeah, I had a question on that one. So part of the benefit of subscribing to TASB is we get insights into best practices from across the state. So curious about that strikeout. Are other colleges having their boards approve the general requirements for registration and attendance as is indicated in that strikeout? And not that that should hold us up from approving this, but it'd be interesting to get a deep dive into why some of those institutions are doing that, what benefits they're seeing, et cetera.
My check indicated no, and also I can invite, if I may, Dr. Ramos, who can add clarity to that.
That is correct. Like the observation that you made is correct. It's not a standard practice. So,
Do we know why TASB included that language then, or?
There's some confusion. We did check with TASB. They thought years ago it was added by the college. We cannot find where that is the case because our practice has been to have the catalog operational. So they are in agreement that it can be struck.
All right. As an aside, just want to thank Board Services for very rapidly routing these questions so we could have a good resolution driving discussion at the meeting today. So thank you, Sharon and your team.
Any other questions from any fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item E.
Voting has concluded. We do have a motion of 4-0. That's because the alternate is voting on this item as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item F, proposed changes to FLB local student rights and responsibilities, student conduct? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to FLB local student rights and responsibilities, student conduct as recommended in TASB Update 50. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. For policy FLB local, this is a recommendation from TASB to add to our student code of conduct disciplines and behavior for anti-Semitic behavior of students, to have it part of the student code of conduct violations. The definition of anti-Semitic disciplinary action is an FM legal. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Do we already have a prohibition against other racist?
We have non-discriminatory, you cannot discriminate.
Okay. Okay.
Are you talking about targeting?
Yeah, so this targets anti-Semitic behavior. How about anti-Black behavior, anti-Latino behavior? How about, is that another part of the regulation, or?
It's not as pronounced as you're indicating. This had to do with the governor's order that came out, which is why FM legal was later changed there.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item F.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 4-0.
Is there a motion to approve item G, proposed changes to FLBE local student conduct, alcohol, and drug use?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is, as you indicated, a recommendation for your consideration of approval of the proposed revisions to FLBE local student conduct, alcohol, and drug use as recommended in TASB Update 50. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. The changes for policy FLBE local mirror the changes that we just adopted for the employee policy DH. This is the student policy. So this is regarding addressing the changes from House Bill 46 to prohibit the college from restricting the storage of low-grade THC cannabis, the ones that are authorized by law, and then also a recommendation regarding adding a prohibition of storing alcohol, drugs, and other controlled substances and paraphernalia. Any questions?
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on item G. Voting is open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 4-0.
Is there a motion to approve item H, proposed changes to DHB local employee standards of conduct, child abuse, and neglect reporting? Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the revisions to DHB local employee standards of conduct, child abuse, and neglect reporting as recommended in TASB Update 50. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Montgomery.
Yes. Policy DHB local are revisions related to Senate Bill 571. The time period to report suspected child abuse is now 24 hours, and also the definition of law enforcement agency was broadened. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? None. We're now ready to vote on item H, proposed changes to DHB local.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery, and thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher. I think that is everything on the committee's agenda. The meeting of the Governance Committee is now adjourned at,
3:55 p.m.
thank you.
The meeting of the External Relations Committee for May 6, 2026 will now come to order at
3:55 p.m.
The meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The committee members are Trustees Lulu Davis, Eva Laredo, alternate Cynthia Linton Gary. The chair is Dave Wilson. So I don't have. Yeah, it's a report, so we can go forward. Okay. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the External Relations Committee today. We have one item coming before the committee. Item A, State and Federal Relations Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a report item for discussion that will update the board on state and federal considerations, and with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor Young will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share the External Relations Committee state and federal update. We are working in this interim session to identify those items that might emerge for action in the 90th legislative session. And our objective there is to understand the priorities as presented by the House Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor that will hopefully identify synergies that we can tap into to maximize our opportunity as we move to the legislative session. Collaboratively, it is our desire to devise a proposed legislative agenda that we'll bring to you for review, examination, and ultimately adoption that will guide our work in the upcoming 90th legislative session. We'll also talk to you a little bit about some federal programs, the Strengthening Community Colleges Training Grant and Workforce Pell. Out of the House, interim charges principally fall into these categories: appropriations, taxation, and workforce. I won't go through each one of these, but we've identified the committees that are relevant to the work that we are going to be tackling. Just by way of example, monitoring and overseeing implementation of the appropriations bill. That's probably the principal item that we'll track during the legislative session because it relates to our funding. So there are other items to include study workforce development and labor market conditions in the state of Texas. Similarly, in the Texas Senate, we'll be focusing on finance. The Finance Committee handles all matters related to funding, but there's also homestead exemptions from 65 to 55 years of age that we identify as being on the items of discussion. Examining effects of increasing the homestead exemption. I have not seen any caps on taxation thus far, so far so good. And then we'll be monitoring things like SB 37, which this board has had some time to spend on, and if there are improvements that we might be able to make to what appeared in SB 37 in the next legislative session would be the opportunity to do that. We highlight on a weekly basis items for state and federal relations that we are working on. And one of the items that you likely see in that report is the proposed association strategic priorities. And they are related to funding, dual credit incentives, and workforce education grants. These are not items that would necessarily appear in a legislative agenda, but formula funding outcomes is likely to be something that we'll talk about, and we'll mention something about the funding items here, community college funding model here in a moment. Emerging HCC considerations, and these are items that have popped up during our conversations here with the subject matter experts. Ensuring the biennial budget fiscal year 2029 maintains growth, including maximizing over outcomes-based funding. optimizing student aid opportunities that might be in the form of grants, informing implementation on workforce Pell. We'll talk about that momentarily. Informing consequential tax legislation, promoting proficiencies in compliance, elevating artificial intelligence as an opportunity, improving workforce education programming, and strengthening alignment between the credentials of value and dual credit programs. So these are items that are have been mentioned by HCC subject matter experts. Our next steps include assessing interim charges with subject matter experts, participate in interim hearings to gain information and insight, prioritizing and refining our proposed initiatives, presenting the draft for executive review, discussion, and approval, seeking the governing board's input and agenda adoption, then ultimately publishing the adopted HCC legislative agenda. And our rationale for doing all that is to optimize the opportunity to be successful in the upcoming 90th legislative session. So I'd like to shift gears here. This is not in your packet, but in the past week, we've had a lot of activity surrounding community college finance model. And I'd like to be able to rely upon, if you don't mind, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Burge and Mr. McCracken on specific details as it relates to the specific item. But I want to lift up a few talking points because there are a series of talking points around this particular initiative. And the talking points are, in February, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board communicated to community colleges that they had performed exceptionally well in bringing about HB 8, walking through it. We have increased in every area. That's a good thing. It also presents a challenge because of the absence of funding that's available to do the dynamic adjustment. The dynamic adjustment essentially is the mid-year mechanism that updates performance-based funding for all the colleges in Texas. The actual outcomes data surpasses today preliminary projections. And so there's great performance, but not enough money to pay for that great performance. And so those outcomes exceeded projections. The dynamic adjustment for fiscal year 25 was withheld in February. The governor and the LBB, the Legislative Budget Board, approved adjustments to the February payment, and the colleges, to include HCC, received February payment without the dynamic adjustment, that overage, that great performance dollars, to the tune of about $285 million. You'll recall that HB 500, or you may recall HB 500, had $89.5 million in a supplemental appropriations bill. That's what we got last time around. Well, that's 285 is 3 times greater than that number, a bit more. And so there isn't sufficient funding for all these things to happen. So then now is the opportunity to examine and see how we can walk our way out of this situation. And one of those proposals is to shift the weight adjustments. Adult learners from 0.50 to 40, and Dr. Burge, if you don't mind making your way up for this particular item, economically disadvantaged from 0.25 to 0.20, and academically disadvantaged students from 0.25 to 0.20. They ran a mock rendering of the projected effect of the weight adjustment for community colleges. The foundation funding was about $1.16 billion. So that was the pool of money for all 50 community colleges when this performance tier funding was identified. That would have put HCC at $68 million. There is no base tier. We perform out of the performance tier, so the base tier is inapplicable. The performance tier change is $3.4 million, and the percentage change is 5%. So I want to yield for a moment to Dr. Burge to share her comments around the weight adjustments.
So the original purposes of the weights were the recognition that to meet the goals of the Texas Strategic Plan, that groups who often don't earn credentials would need to be brought into higher education. And so it did two things. One is that it incentivized community colleges to really work on access for students over 25, for economically disadvantaged, and academically disadvantaged really means not college ready. The other thing it did is it recognized that the cost to educate students who are a little older or low income or need additional support in their coursework is expensive for community colleges. So it helped to offset that cost, change in cost to educate. The original weights, essentially, for a student who met all three criteria, the original weights did double that. It's now would be addition of 0.8. And it does hit HCC harder than many community colleges. There are only 8 that lose the same or greater percentage as HCC, because we do serve an urban area and we do serve a high number of adult learners, economically disadvantaged learners, and academically disadvantaged learners.
The other proposal item is capping the fundable credentials. And Dr. Burge, I'll just walk through these as one. In fact, I'll yield to you to do it.
This one will not make as large an impact for HCC. Starting this year, they capped at no more than one credential type per year. The change in cap would actually be that within 5 years, no more than one credential type, with the exception of 2 Cert 2s. And we did a run of how many students actually earn more than 5, more than 7 of the credentials in a 5-year window, and it's really not a large number. This does impact institutions that were awarding a lot of awards with overlapping credit and contact hours more. HCC really doesn't do that as much, and so this would have less of an impact on us.
Trustees, before we proceed, because this is
I have a question.
Yeah, you have any questions?
Yes, Trustee Sheehan.
So, appreciate that there are 2 proposals on the table. What's the path forward on this? Like, are there going to be hearings over the next couple of months, or is this entirely within, say, the governor's purview to make a decision?
There are hearings. In fact, the coordinating board and TAC have been meeting. Commissioner Rosser joined us in a policy call about a week ago. He's expressed his commitment to working with the governor to manage through this. There was some concern that there may not be a supplemental bill, but I think we've been able to move beyond that. Of course, we're not in a legislative session yet, so anything could happen, but there's got to be additional funding from somewhere to mitigate where we are today and then going forward, particularly where community colleges are actually performing well. So the dialogue continues, but we wanted to bring this to you because we know it's out there now, and we didn't want to wait another series of weeks before we came back to the ERC. Want to make you aware that this is happening. The conversations are being had, and we anticipate that this is going to be an ongoing conversation even into the legislative session.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, if there's more information that you can provide, either through the WAB or some other mechanism of folks that might be involved in committees associated with this, I mean, we're all talking with legislators constantly. Yes. And if we can influence either with our informal conversations or by, dragging us all up to Austin and testifying, just tap us in, let us know how we can help.
We'll do it. We'll make sure that we are updating you on a weekly basis in the WAB with regard to this particular item.
Madam Chair, so who came up with this? Is this a TAC proposal? Because it's, we're hit hard, so we wouldn't do this proposal, right? So I assume this is sort of compromise among schools that aren't hit hard and us, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would suggest that it's a combination. TAC, the coordinating board, there are conversations being had. Things are not in concrete. They're not concrete yet, but those are the conversations that are being had. Not every community college is supportive of the game plan thus far. Without naming names, not all community colleges are on the same page. Some of them reside in the boat that we reside in and have expressed concerns about how we might shore up the shortfall, particularly given the demographic that we serve.
Yeah, that's my big, huge concern. I mean, I don't want to be giving up so much just so the schools that
That's right.
aren't impacted, are,
Yes.
are okay, right? I'm worried about our school. So I just was curious. Thank you.
Bob, did you have any comment?
Sure. It sounds to me as though Higher Education Coordinating Board, in conjunction with TAC, is trying to advance proposals in lieu of the legislature coming up with its own proposals to resolve this funding shock that the budget has been impacted by. Is that an accurate way of framing it?
I think that's an accurate way of framing it. Of course, we're not in a legislative session, so we don't have the benefit of offering up a supplemental bill to date, but the leadership could suggest that perhaps, a supplemental bill might be a viable option to consider, keeping in mind that the supplemental bill is $89.5 million, so you have to go that distance 3 times in order to get to 285. So those are items to continue to talk about, for sure.
So is it your opinion that the legislature is going to be trying to solve this one way or the other?
I'm not sure that it's solely, I think the legislature can help this situation, yes, via supplemental appropriation. So the answer is yes on that. In fact,
Right, but if they don't do that,
then that presents other challenges. How do we get there? How do you mitigate the shortfall? The revenue has to come from someplace, and it's not where it needs to be today, so we're
Right.
taking a hit today.
and so that's for this current fiscal biennium. So as we look forward, the legislature will probably be making calibrations to how we're
They're making calibrations. In fact, the
recompensed.
governor approved the coordinating board being able to move forward on paying. We still haven't paid the dynamic adjustment. And then there's, I think, June is the next time you receive payment? June.
I see Bob was getting red over there, so I know as you're looking ahead to your budget, you might want to make sure that you keep that front and
Any
center
comments on that, Bob?
as we think about things going forward.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about this a little bit when we get to the budget discussion this afternoon. We did factor this in. So if you remember, we talked about holding next year flat, even though we expect to do better, because we were anticipating that the state is going to limit the funding. And we didn't know in what manner they're going to limit the funding. We still don't, right? So, this is a proposal. I think we're going to be, overall, from a budget perspective, we're okay. I think the broader, longer-term concern remains the same, which is that community college funding has been a declining share of our budget over the last couple of decades, and that we know that outcome-based funding ultimately leads towards funding those who start at a higher level to begin with, and that is not necessarily the population we serve. So we are probably at a competitive disadvantage as we're fighting for that share of the pot. And so anything from a policy perspective that we can kind of push back against that, I think is helpful. From a budget perspective, we can manage it. It's not necessarily something we would like to manage, though. We would rather they come through with
Just
money.
one point of clarification. When you say keep it flat, how does that measure with what this, because it's flat status quo, which means a supplemental bill would be needed to meet that status quo?
So that's the unknown right now, right? So because they quote, and they use the word pause, they paused the dynamic adjustment payment in February. They didn't cancel it. They didn't say we weren't going to get it, but they paused it, and we don't know what that means. And so when we held it flat in our budget for next year projection assumes that we get that payment this year, and then we're holding it flat for next year. If it turns out that the baseline, regardless of what they do this year, the baseline calculation is what matters for our funding for next year. And depending on how they determine that baseline calculation, do they do 3 years? Do they do 2 years? How do they adjust those weights for the baseline? That'll give us a sense of our floor for next year. And then I think we'll probably have to assume that any dynamic adjustment on that, top of that, would probably be, subject to being paused.
Does the legislature have to be in session to adjust that baseline? we might not know the answer. The only reason it comes to mind is because if they make an adjustment, is it done by regulation versus statute, or how might that play out?
The funding was, I don't know the exact answer. What I can say is that the funding was set aside by the legislature based on forecasts. Those forecasts, in turn, were based upon historical data and an assumption about what the rules would be. As they changed the rules kind of midstream, because the forecasts were missed, there's a shortage on the funding side. I don't know the path to correct that or to get that aligned. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we thank you. Are you finished with your presentation?
I'm a blaze through, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Blaze through.
Okay. Go ahead.
Blazing through, trustees, strengthening community college training grants. We're working fervently on this particular item. Got it in a TI, and we sent it out today, so we've been responsive to that initiative. It was issued on February the 17th. It operates to scale statewide quality short-term training programs. We are part of the select committee. HCC is part of the select committee that's moving this initiative forward. And the question was presented, what's the name of the project? The project name is Building Local Capacity for Workforce Pell Data. There are several entities in the state of Texas that maintain data. They include TEA, Texas Education Agency, Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and there's one other, and I cannot think of the name of it. But we're looking at advancing data certainty demanded under the new funding model for HB8. So we'll have a central depository of data from which all community colleges and others can pull that data from and know exactly where we are along the continuum. And so the dollar amount for this is between $6 million and $10.8 million. That's the grant, and it is up, I think on the 15th is the date for the
Well,
final.
we're looking forward to receiving that.
Yes, we're going to get that money, Madam Chair. Workforce Pell, it is moving forward. It's a significant stream of direct to student financial aid. It expands access to workforce education, supports accelerated pathways. The coordinating board identified by the governor will lead the initiative. The national implementation is July the 1st. And we anticipate this being implemented in the fall for the state of Texas. That is the report. Thank you for listening to me, and have a great day.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Seeing none, we thank you for the information, all that dollars, and so we look forward to receiving more money. And let us know how we can get out there and help. So, again, thank you. Thank you, trustees. And this meeting of External Relations Committee is adjourned at
4:17 p.m.
Thank you. The Committee of the Whole meeting for May 6, 2026 will now come to order at
4:18 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice, and I want to thank all our trustees for being present and everyone out there for being with us. And those that are tuning in via TV, thank you for tuning in to the #1 program. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office.
Your stuff's over there.
No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. We have a few topics. Is there a motion to approve item A, the monthly investment report, financial statement, budget review for 2026?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to accept the investment report, financial statement, and budget review for the month of March 2026. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. McCracken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go through a couple of items tonight, but the first is the monthly financials. As you see, we're running ahead of forecast on revenue. We expect to finish the year at about $485 million in terms of total revenue, which is about $28 million over what was originally forecasted, with the bulk of that coming from increased tuition and fees. So ultimately, our solution to the state funding side is to increase the enrollment in tuition and fees, because we can generate kind of the revenue on that side without having to change pricing structure. There was a question raised in a trustee inquiry that will be coming through in terms of response related to utilities. The utilities looks like it's a significant increase, but in fact, it's a timing issue. Last March, there was no utility payment made, whereas this March there was, and then there was a double payment last April. But we did kind of a deeper dive because utilities has been an issue, and we see those rates kind of continuing to go up. Our usage is actually flat to down when we look at electricity, gas, and water usage, but our overall cost is up around 7 to 8%. So we expect that we're going to end the budget year about 8% higher than last year and probably slightly above the budget overall. When we talk about the investment report, we've recently done a lot of transition to some longer-term holdings, anticipating declining rates. And so if we look at our weighted average maturity, we're up to 371 days for that portion that's held in investments versus 333 in January. Currently, we earn 3.72% interest compared to the Federal Reserve rate is right now sitting at 3.75. That strategy is currently okay. We may end up have inadvertently shorted ourselves a little bit if rates in turn go up, but right now it seems like they're kind of just trading sideways, and so that's where we're at with that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Davis?
Yeah, Mr. McCracken, in tracking our revenue numbers,
yes,
we've blown it out the water with tuition and fees. Ad valorem taxes were 97%. I think those were due in January. Is this typical for still being below that 100% threshold?
Yeah, so we expect to be at budget for ad valorem taxes by the end of the year. To your point, we have the vast majority of them in. We're expecting to end at $242 million. The state appropriations, we are still at a $76 million expectation, so there's about a $3.6 million dynamic adjustment that has been paused that we just talked about. Hopefully that comes through. If not, we're going to have to make some adjustments to make up for that. Tuition and fees is coming in at $25 million over budget, and so that's kind of the bulk of it. And then on our other local income, which is primarily that investment piece, we're going to be about $800,000 short of the budget.
And then the grant revenue, is that, well, I guess that's a very small number. So.
Yeah, the grant revenue in this budget is about $650, and we have that basically coming in at budget.
Thanks.
So this is an approval item.
Monthly investment report.
Thanks for the inventory that you included this month on the investment report.
Which one?
The inventory report of,
good.
of our holdings. Yeah, that shines better light, so thank you.
The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Move on to item B, budget workshop number 4, overview of FY 2027 operating budget. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is workshop number 4, designed to provide a review of the draft proposed budgets for the upcoming fiscal year. This workshop will focus on proposed fiscal year 2027 operating auxiliary restricted and capital and technology budgets. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will lead the workshop and respond to questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chancellor. So let's get to the next presentation. Let's see if it'll get me there. It's coming up. For just kind of in terms of what we're doing today, we're going to go through this budget proposal. Absent any changes that we hear from the board today, this would be, our intent is this is the proposal we would bring forward in June with maybe some minor changes as we adjust some of the projections in terms of revenue. And so the other thing that has to happen in June is we'll bring forth a board, the budget for approval. We will also bring forth, if there are any changes to homestead exemptions, those have to be submitted by the end of June. And so we think that we're going to need to submit one related to the name change, but if we make any other changes to homestead exemption, that would also have to be done in the June meeting. And so we're going to talk about homestead exemption a little bit in this presentation. So we took a look at taxes because this has been it's 50% of our budget. It's a significant burden on the community overall. And what we did is we just pulled, this is 2025 data. We looked at the local tax rate, the assessed valuation, and the taxes collected. And the thing that jumps out in this is that when we compare ourselves, particularly to the large peers, we are at anywhere from a $60-some million deficit annually relative to Tarrant County to almost $170 million plus relative to Dallas County in terms of tax revenue generated. And we still have the lowest tax rate. Again, in this budget, we are not projecting any change in that overall tax rate. So then we took a look at the homestead exemption. So this is our current homestead exemption. We do up to 17% with a minimum of $5,000. And then the over 65 and or disabled is $135,000. Our tax rate, again, is 0.098802. We're projecting that same rate. That rate is actually calculated based upon the tax valuations that we'll get later this summer from the county. Again, you see that our homestead exemption is generally more generous than everybody. Dallas College does do a little bit higher percentage on the homestead, but a little bit lower dollar value for the over 65 and disabled. So then we compared what happens in terms of if you look at the taxes paid by a homeowner on a $50,000 home, and you see again, or $150,000, $250,000, et cetera, with and without those exemptions for the over 65. And again, you see that we are the lowest among our peers, and in some cases, significantly lower. And so as we go through a proposed operating budget, again, we're projecting that the ad valorem taxes, we are trying to hold that rate steady, but we are seeing an increase of about $7.8 million budget-wise in terms of the dollar value of that. That's based upon an increase in the assessed value of the homes, not a change in the tax rate. For a frame of reference, when you hear people talking about homestead exemptions and expanding that, Harris County doesn't put out really good data to make it simple to figure out how much of our tax base qualifies for homestead exemptions, but the estimates are kind of in the 45% range, with 55% of the properties in Harris County not qualifying for homestead exemption. In terms of dollar value, that's a rough estimate, but just kind of keep that in mind as you hear this homestead exemption discussions happening. So the debt rate, of course, is going down. This assumes a 2% increase in property values. There has been some recent projections that that rate may actually be 2.5% from the county, but we'll see how that comes out. We are projecting a 5% increase in tuition and fees net, which is after we subtract out our waivers. Historically, we've been more conservative than that, but we're pretty confident we can hit that 5%. And then we are reducing a little bit the expected interest income compared to this year. On the expense side, we're looking at a 3.5% increase for full-time staff and faculty, 2% for part-time, We're increasing salaries to hire some additional full-time faculty for some courses where we've had to serve that increased demand. We are also increasing the funding pool available for adjunct faculty. Our debt service is going down. On this, the IT network and the operating budget, network infrastructure, the transfer into that fund for that is going down some here. We're still fully funding the IT network replacement and equipment replacement plan, but a portion of that is coming out of the a fee and a different budget, and their actual budget request this year in that area was a little bit lower than the previous year as they continue to implement their plan.
Bob, quick question on that.
Yes.
That, if I'm reading that correctly, that's a 33% decrease in roughly 31%.
2.3 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is for, we're going to get to it in a couple slides. That's for a specific set. That's not the entire IT budget. That's not software. That's not all of that stuff. It's the IT equipment replacement plan that's in the capital budget. And roughly, I want to say 1.3 or 1.6 of that is actually being made up in another section. So their drop is a little over $1 million, but it's consistent with their plan. So basically, they submitted a plan of what their replacement plan includes.
Okay.
Deferred maintenance, we moved into the operating budget at a $15 million amount. We included in this, and I apologize, it's a massive attachment, but it's the deferred maintenance listing of all of the current deferred maintenance items. And so we have a database that has all of the items in it. Each year we go through a process of reevaluating each one of those items and determining which ones really need to be done now and which ones can we push off to another year. And so we did that evaluation really early this year, January, February, March timeframe, and then we prioritized that list. What you see in that list is the entire list of everything that is currently needed to be done. And when we get to the appendix, I'll talk a little bit about that. But basically, that $43 million a year deferred maintenance amount continues to really be the number to stay fully funded in deferred maintenance. I don't know that many people ever are fully funded in deferred maintenance, so we put a $15 million hold in out of the operating budget. And then we have known commitments of $11.9 million, at least about 5.7 for new funding requests. We'll talk about those in a minute. And then we are funding those scholarship dollars again in the new year. This is that same kind of look. What this doesn't share is where we're going to end this year. So if we look at revenue going to 499 from 457, it's a little bit misleading because we're going to end this year at about 486. So the increase from one year to the next is not nearly so significant.
Any questions on that part before it continues?
Yeah. Trustee Cheatham.
Just a quick question. I know we do quite a bit of work supporting corporate clients, not just individual students. Where would the fees and such that they pay to us for upskilling their employees, where do they show up in this budget?
So that's going to show up in tuition and fees net. If you look at the more detailed financials, there's two lines on that, and one of those is basically the SCH or semester credit hour ones, and then that would show up in the other line with adult ed, continuing education.
Okay, thanks.
But in this number, they're rolled together.
Yeah. You mentioned 43 million was deferred maintenance,
Yes,
and we're putting in a number of 15 million.
yes.
So I'm just trying to reconcile those two. Looks like a delta of 28 million.
It is.
Can you help reduce my ignorance, because it seems like we're a bit.
Yeah, there's a tolerance for how much we can cut in other areas to fund it, right? And so there's a question of how much. I can say it's $43 million a year, but how much could I get away with doing, right? And we think that number is some number less than 43, but we have to monitor that. And so the way we monitor that is we set aside 15% of that budget amount as a contingency for unplanned deferred maintenance items that broke when we said they weren't going to break. So they broke ahead of schedule, so to speak. And we track that to make sure that we're not exceeding that amount, but also to see if we're getting spikes in areas that we're not funding. So generally, we're funding building envelope, roof, walls, windows, and heating, mechanical kind of stuff is like the primary. As I say, warm, safe, and dry, but I guess here I have to say cool, safe, and dry. But that's kind of the priority. And we're monitoring to make sure we're staying below that level. Then the second thing we do is that when we have excess funds at the end of the year, we ask for a budget amendment to apply some additional funding to deferred maintenance because we do know that that's a need. So essentially what we're doing is we're funding what we think is the bare minimum at the beginning of the budget year with the hope that we can add some at the end of the budget year.
It sounds like deferred maintenance gets deferred funding.
Thus deferred, yes.
Okay. Have we had any total system failures of mechanical systems or substantial mechanical system failures at any of our campuses within the last 2 years?
Yes.
And how have we remedied those system failures?
So you end up doing emergency repairs. The worst one that we had was actually at this building when we had planned chiller maintenance. So we took one of the chillers offline for planned maintenance. It was deferred maintenance that was being done, and we funded it. And after we took the chiller apart and had the pieces kind of laid out on the floor, the other chiller broke down. And you may recall we had to park the temporary chiller on the back side of the building to keep the building cool while the chiller was repaired, right? So that's the worst case scenario is where you have, I would say, West Loop. If the chiller goes down at West Loop, you're going to have to bring in an outside portable chiller. Those aren't inexpensive. They're expensive.
Give us a number. How much do those
I
run
think
a month?
it was about $200,000 for the one for this building for roughly 2 months.
So about $100,000 a month.
Yeah. The other area that we worry about oftentimes is elevators in buildings where there is only one. Elevator repairs are really, really, really slow because they're all proprietary parts and you can't buy generic parts and put it in because then it's a safety. They're kind of like the fire alarm systems. And so that's the other area that we'll worry about it.
I'll come back to talk about deferred maintenance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was one of my questions. I said, what about, where do you get the money from when you have
It comes out of that deferred maintenance fund. Yeah.
Madam Chair? So you have that additional, so when there's a collapse versus a scheduled maintenance that's necessary, you have the cost to chill, right? The additional cost to chill. And then you also probably pay a premium, right, for having to do it on an emergency basis.
Correct.
As opposed to scheduling it with all the appropriate
That's correct.
chiller people and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
so breakdowns become very expensive because it's sort of like a change order in construction. If you plan it out, you can sometimes group products together, you can group work together, you can plan it out, they order the equipment, you're not paying the highest rates. And so we don't like the breakdowns. And
When
so
did the
that's why
chiller,
we monitor.
when did the chiller thing happen in this building?
That was a year or so ago.
Okay.
It's been a while. We also, remember we had the issue at Spring Branch as well with the Performing Arts Center, where we had chillers that were working, but you had some that weren't, and so it was a struggle to keep things running.
I'm just worried about this building because I know.
Yeah,
we have
this
some
building,
issues.
it was still coldish out. That's all I
Okay.
remember. So it must have been a little over a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
In
For
fact,
instance-
I want to say it was over winter, the planned work was over winter break, not this most recent one, but the one prior.
So, for instance, like, we had an emergency, a water leak, okay, and I know it's been fixed or fixing or working on it. So, where does that money, I mean, you have to use the money to fix it, so do we have insurance to help
So
supplement?
if we're talking about the one at I'll give a long answer and a short answer.
I didn't want to give the name of the place,
Yeah.
but,
So
but we all know where it's
we
at.
recently had a large tall building that had a piece of equipment fail. That equipment would not have been on the deferred maintenance list. We do have insurance for that that's going to cover the vast majority of that. Our standard deductible in that kind of incident is $100,000, so it won't cover that. We have to have the cash to cover up front, right? But then we'll get reimbursed for it. But we have other cases that, let's say it's a water leak or something, that repair money is either going to come out of our current operating maintenance budget, right? Or it's going to come out of that 15% we set aside out of our deferred maintenance budget. If it's over that, ultimately it's going to come out of a planned project that hasn't started yet.
Thank you for making magic. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I can't help myself but hop into a deferred maintenance conversation. So not for this budget cycle or this conversation, but at some point, we will need to pay the piper on this with the persistent $28 million shortfall in what we should be spending versus what we are spending. It would be instructive before we dive into the next budget cycle to get your perspective on when that might happen.
Okay.
So that we can be mentally prepared for having to ramp this funding up. And maybe if we have enough time, we can be marshaling other revenue streams that kind of soften the blow. I suspect it's not next year, but maybe 3 years out, we might have to significantly ramp up. I know some of this stuff can probably push out further, but at some point, we're going to have to ramp up. It'd be good to understand your perspective on when that is.
And some of it, I think, is ultimately going to be some difficult decisions around particular buildings. One of the ways that you can manage the deferred maintenance is you take offline and you quit repairing a building that's kind of reached that point. We don't want to operate a building to failure, but in some cases, that may be where we end up. So I think part of that discussion is when we're talking about facility master plan. And then our original plan was to do a third-party assessment of our deferred facility condition assessment, your deferred maintenance list essentially, in 2029. And until then, we were kind of using the current plan and updating it internally, so that's kind of the timeline. So somewhere between here and there.
Do we have the updated plan? Because I think the last time that plan was done was in 21, 20?
I want to say 19. 19.
Okay.
James confirmed 19.
Yeah, because we
Final
had
answer.
that discussion, I recall, during the board retreat last year.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was the year before. But we were supposed to get an update on that.
And you did. We did an update on deferred maintenance in September. We have another major update coming in this September. We've also added some deferred maintenance slide to our CIP report, which we reinstituted last fall as well, because that had fallen by the wayside.
Okay, so you conflating deferred maintenance with facilities master plan?
No.
Okay.
No.
I was
They're
talking about
different.
facilities master plan. Because my recollection was.
Oh, you were talking facility master. I apologize
Yeah,
for misunderstanding
I'm
the question.
saying-
We owe you a facility master plan.
There was the discussion last year that said we were going to get an updated facilities assessment. And there was discussion it was going to be outsourced
Yes?
and then insourced. But I'm just looking for the source at this point.
Yes. So that's in progress. Paige is doing that. We have the
So it
preliminary.
was outsourced.
It was outsourced, but there's also an internal piece to it. But yeah, the primary analysis was outsourced. And
Did that come before the board?
No, it's under a co-op.
Oh, okay.
And it's really an update in the previous plan. So to your point, there was, I want to say, a 2022 facility master plan that was never adopted. It was in draft form. We're updating that plan with new data because that had kind of the COVID kind of lump in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're updating that. And that is scheduled to come back to the board. We are hoping in June. It may be August, but that is one of the chancellor's goals that the board assigned this year was that facility master plan update. So we're on the hook. Yeah. And
Let's
that's,
keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you. We might lose some trustees.
This is the auxiliary budget. This is your student activities, your rental type, maintaining buildings for rentals. This is your restricted budget. So we do have a little bit of a decrease in some federal grants. a lot of your student financial aid flows through here, so this is really more of a flow-through account, whereas we get Pell Grants, for instance, are coming in, and then they're flowing back out in the form of aid to students. The capital and technology plan budget, this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. So their overall budget is going from, this is upgrade of IT equipment and replacement plan items, is going from 12.5 to 11.1, so it's going down about 1.4. A portion of that was that transfer you saw from the other budget, and a portion of that is coming out of the tech fee. But this is what they have on their replacement plan for the year.
Is Mr. Sullivan here?
He is not. He's out of town.
Oh, okay.
He did not. Yeah, he's.
Pell Grant.
Yes.
So that tells us how much money the college gets. When the student, let's give it an example. The student gets $5,000, but
on here, you're going to show that we received $5,000 and that we spent $5,000. On the operating budget, you're going to show that you received money from the student for $3,000. Right. State goes into their pocket for other cost of attendance. That is not going to be clean on this. That would be a different report that we could send you, right, where we run kind of the average financial aid or the financial aid awarded versus the tuition fees and book fees, and then that difference is what goes towards the other cost of attendance. That's a different report. We can send that. We are accountable to make sure that those students are who they say they are and that they qualify for federal financial aid and that they meet the requirements in terms of satisfactory academic progress, that they're passing the sufficient number of courses, that they're taking courses that are associated with the degree plan for which they enroll. We're responsible for that. Long term, we are also responsible to make sure that the default rate of those students on any student loans that they have stays below a certain threshold. That hasn't been a big topic for recently because all of those were on pause, and so the default rate was effectively zero. But in the coming years, that will start to gather more attention.
Your microphone.
Sometimes we get phone calls from students that say, I don't have money for the following semester, or, can I get monies? And I go, well, you got this amount. It was supposed to last you for the whole 2 semesters, the year. So they don't know that. Many of them don't know.
Yeah, but we award by semester. So while your award is for the academic year, the disbursement of the aid is by semester. So we're not going to give you your spring semester money in the fall. Because you have to, have completed a sufficient number of courses in the fall, and then in spring be registered for a sufficient number. So if you drop below full-time and so we disperse the money in buckets.
So you monitor it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Contingency plan. We've talked about this piece before. The one part that we added, it was a request last time, is what do we do if you have an unplanned surplus? In many ways, it's a more pleasant problem, but it also kind of reflects we missed the boat somewhere on the budget side. So our plan for unplanned surplus, we put these in what we think is the priority order, but the first thing we're going to look for are where we can support instruction and student services. And then we're going to look for some enhancements that we can do to the student experience, and so that is generally going to be your campus improvement kind of things. And then we're going to look to see if we can fund some of those long-term obligations that we have, so that would be our deferred maintenance or other major operational needs. And if we know we have major expenses coming up, such as an ERP transition, we know that that's going to be kind of a high dollar item. we would like to set aside money for those things. And then ultimately, we need to make sure that we're maintaining our reserves and we're not into a situation where over the course of time, we're drawing those reserves down.
Madam Chair? Sorry, can I ask a quick question? So if this surplus is a result of increased tuition and fees, which is reflective of an increase in student population,
Yes.
so we have more students and more, which requires more, right, for students, whether it's teachers, whether it's something, where is that evaluation coming in? How to, this is due to an increase in students, our class sizes the way they, where is all of that rolled into it, right? I don't want to believe that we're just saying, oh, we have more students, great, let's put it in, deferred maintenance that has been sitting there for, all this sort of time.
So the first place it's going to go is to your faculty, right, for your instructional faculty. And that's really a faculty needs analysis that's driven by Dr. Perez, Dr. Ramos, and the deans as they go through and they look at their courses, they look at their sections, they look at the student enrollment, and then they do a similar thing on the workforce side where they're looking at the programs, the students, where they're offering those courses. And they go through an analysis to determine where do they need additional full-time faculty, but also where do they need additional adjunct faculty. And then during the course of a budget year, they send requests over to the budget office with an updated analysis, because as they update that analysis, and then we transfer money from wherever else we can find it to fund that, right? Because that's the priority in terms of the funding. And so we do that during the course of the year. So at the end of this year, for instance, we will exceed the budget on some of those personnel lines and adjunct faculty lines because we've had more students. And so that's kind of the first. The second look is more forward-looking for what do we need for next year. And so that same analysis happens where the COEs are putting in requests for faculty, and then the academic departments are putting in requests for faculty where they think they need it. And it's running through the instructional services where they sit down and they do the analysis of what that is. And then they work with the budget office and say, these are the faculty that we need.
I'm just trying to see where this, the next item is this potential budget amendment, right? That deals with that surplus, right?
Correct.
That specific surplus. And I'm just trying to see if any of these items are in response to that increase in enrollment.
They are, and
Okay.
so, and the other thing that we're doing in the current year, so within the current year, we're funding faculty first, right? The second thing that we're doing is we're funding what we call one-time expenses. So you need new welding booths,
Right.
right? So it's a one-time expense, we can fund that, and so we're doing that out of the existing year budget.
Okay.
We can only do that up to the point where we have an approved expense budget.
Right.
I can't spend beyond that approved expense budget. And in the amendment, we are backing out any unspent scholarship dollars. So if there's any scholarship dollars that were unspent, those are going back to fund balance, not for next year's scholarships, basically, not being reallocated to some other use. So what you see in that budget amendment is that excess revenue, right, that came in that we can't allocate in those ways. But generally, those are expenses that we would have funded at the beginning of the year in many cases had we known the year was going to look like this.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have a follow-up on that. So in looking at the budget that you just presented to us for the current fiscal year, we're on par as to where spend was expected on salaries. If I compare that or contrast that with the budget amendment that's being put forward, none of those items addresses faculty salaries. So
Correct.
I'm trying to reconcile to the point that Trustee Reichardt just made. We've had an increase in tuition, which has corresponded with the increase in enrollment. How is there not a request for an increase in faculty salaries?
There is, but it's in the base budget request. So it's in two places. It's in the base budget request for next year.
No. For this
and for the current year, we're already transferring money in for faculty salaries. So we may have, for instance,
transferring from where?
from the other accounts. So we have a vacancy. So we have a lapsed salary account where we have positions that are vacant. Those vacancy dollars then are getting reallocated to the non-vacant faculty positions, right? If we have funding that's in a line that we know that we're not going to spend, let's say insurance is going to come in $500,000 lower, then that makes that funding available to move to fund the faculty salaries. And that's literally like a month by month, Dr. Perez, Warren Hurd, Ali Tipu work to kind of.
Mr. McCracken, let me ask the question this way. At the end of our last fiscal year, how many faculty full-time did we have as compared to March 31st, 2026? Mr. Nathan is behind you if you want to call him to the podium.
Full-time faculty, total 941. So that there's a section that's academic, workforce, CE, but full-time faculty, 941. And that was up from 893 the year before.
So that's approximately a 6% increase. Is there someone who's better at math? No, I just want to make sure. So 941 from 894, it's about 47, so that's why I estimate it's a 6% increase. So what's been the increase in our tuition and fees, Mr. McCracken? I can get the number for you.
If you have the number, go ahead.
So we already have a 7% over. Is that all we can expect through the rest of the fiscal year?
Say that one more time.
We're at a 7.8% above. We're already tracking 7.8%. I think you mentioned we were going to exceed it by 25 million.
Yeah, we're going to be over by more than 7%.
Okay, so proportionately, that's about a 20-something% increase.
Yeah.
So tuition and revenue, presumably enrollment or some combination of, has grown 20%. Faculty hires have grown 6%.
Yes.
Is that an accurate interpretation?
You lost me on the math, but I'm going to trust you. I think you're right.
I'm spot on the math. So that's what at least this trustee's trying to understand. And let me tell you why I say that, because routinely people complain about it's hard to get through the hiring process with HCC. It takes forever. And the numbers seem to be proving that up, unless I'm misinterpreting something. Mr. Nathan, please.
So the number I gave you was full-time. That doesn't include the 2,300 adjuncts.
What's that number grown since last year?
It's stayed fairly consistent, 2,200 to 2,300.
All right.
But it's going to shift by program, because so there may be some programs that didn't have the same need as they had the year before. And the difference between full-time faculty, which has a defined hiring period, adjuncts we hire throughout the year as the need arises.
Thanks. And just, again, going back to last year, this was one of those areas that I kept asking you about, Mr. Nathan, about are we getting people hired? Because the salary, to me, you got to hire to what your needs are. Better yet, you should hire to what your anticipated needs are going to be. So I just want to make sure as we're going through, because Mr. McCracken has laid down the law that once we nod our heads today, he's going to come back in June and, lock us up in the room till we say yes. So I just want to make sure this is the chance to air it all out, to make sure we're all thinking of on the same basis, and really just trying to reconcile and understand, because I think there's going to be some trade-offs that the board is going to have to think through. So we just have to make sure we're thinking about all the aspects of what this budget is going to require.
Yeah, I would submit to you that with the chancellor's support, we're going into the new fiscal year, and the full-time faculty we're recruiting now has new positions in it, where last year we did mostly replacements. So this year we've taken a different approach, and through the analysis that Mr. McCracken referenced, there are about 35 new faculty on top of replacements of retirements and resignations.
No, that's correct. Mr. Nathan and I meet on a weekly basis, and we assess where we are and what the needs are. And then with Mr. McCracken, the same is true, and with the executive team to identify the number of vacancies that there are and how we now respond to those. Thank you.
Mr. McCracken, also, I know you said that whatever positions are not filled, then you take that money and put it back in. But my concern is that I hear out there that there's a need to fill positions, but it hasn't been granted. So we want to make sure that if there's a program that's being, if there's a program, that we want to make sure that it's going to be a successful program. So we want to make sure that all the ducks are in a row so that they can be, just be the best they can be. And that's at all the colleges.
No, I think we agree with that. I can't speak to any of the specific examples. I'm sure there are some, right? But those requests for staff kind of work their way up through in particular the instructional side so that they can do an analysis of can they reallocate, can they do to make those decisions. And so that's kind of the process it works through. At the end of the day, it lands in a budget, and what we try to do on the budget side is to make sure the funding is available so that when they need those positions, they have them, but also to use the money effectively so that if there is a vacancy, that we don't just leave the money sit there until the end of the year, that is money, recognize that I can't spend money in September again. September is over. And so I can reallocate those salary dollars.
Well, if we're advertising that we're offering programs at the different campuses, we want to make sure that it's happening and that the faculty is ready and prepared and the labs are ready so that those programs can go forward.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Trustee,
Ms.
just a
Bear,
second.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise, so I agree with my colleagues, I'm not 100% comfortable with the upside or good side mitigation or a contingency plan. Before we adopted our tax rate this year, we knew about 17 million of the $28 million overage because of the international student population not dropping as much as expected and enrollment growing instead of falling. I personally would feel very uncomfortable if we get through the summer and we're about to set our tax rate and we know again that we have a large structural revenue slug that's running through the system that we know about and we still pass the same tax rate. So I think we're talking a lot about the expense side here to balance the books. I think we do need to talk a bit about the revenue side as well. We set the budget that we set because there are still uncertainties, as we talked about before, regarding state funding. But once after the summer stuff becomes a bit more clear, I do think we need to have a broader conversation because we shouldn't be bringing in more money than we intend to use, either from our students or from the taxpayer. It still kind of burns me a bit that we knew that we were going to be at least $17 million over, and we still proceeded with that level of revenue gathering, and we exceeded it further. I mean, the further exceedance is just amazing, and it's a reflection of the good work of everybody in the institution, but we shouldn't just be hoarding money at this institution. So,
Understood.
Davis.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to see if we could request an updated org chart from the administration.
Certainly. Be happy to do that.
Thank you. Any other
And I'm going to walk through the appendix a little bit, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
I won't be long, I promise.
It's important.
So this is just looking at just as a percentage of budget where the dollars go for 26 versus 27. You see a slight increase on the faculty or on the employee salary side. You see the decrease in the little pink section at the top. That's a decrease in the fund transfer, fund balance usage, because we're not taking any deferred maintenance out in this proposed budget, whereas last year there was $7 million coming out for deferred maintenance plus the scholarship dollars. And you see the growth in the a little bit of a growth in operating expenses. When we talk about those known commitments and those things that we have baked into the budget where you see those personnel going, you see that 30 under SVC instructional services, those are new faculty positions, primarily on the SCH side. There's additional 4 that are on the COE side. And then we broke those down just in terms of kind of where those positions are, types of positions. When we look at the new funding request, again, what we see is this is personnel. These personnel are primarily outside at the colleges supporting those COEs. Some of those staff are for the new bachelor's programs as well as the online and advising services. We take another look at that just kind of by category. We have in here, this is the data that Mr. Nathan was just referencing, I believe. Where we take a look at salaries, faculty salaries, staff salaries. And then there's this massive, I apologize, massive document at the end, which is deferred maintenance. But just as a recap, this list includes everything because we're trying to work out of one database, not 50 spreadsheets. And so something stays in as a deferred maintenance item that's not done until it's done. But if you look at that list, get to my notes so I give you the right numbers. Items 1 through 437 are the ones that are in priority order, ones that have not been funded. Items 438 through 632 were funded in previous budget years and are in progress, but they're not completed yet. And so right now, overall, our facility condition index remains in that very good range of 5%. As we go out and we look 5 years out, at the current spend rate, we would be at about a 18%, which would be okay to average, but on the backside of that. We break that then down by type of system. We are already stripping out Katy Mills and Gulfton in those numbers, so while we are tracking them, we are not investing anything more than what we absolutely have to in those buildings because we don't see those necessarily as having a future use for us in the near future. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. You provided lots of great information.
This is,
Trustees?
very easy one. I guess none of my questions are ever easy, but this one has to be. Intramural sports, what do we fund those out of?
Rec sports is funded out of the recreation and student activity fees.
Do you have a number for that?
I don't.
I know I said it was
There
easy,
is a
but-
number.
Okay.
There is a number, but I don't have it.
And I'll tell you why I brought that up. I was cornered at when we were going to go check out the World Cup on Saturday, and was enlightened greatly about how much we do with not just intramural sports, but there's sort of a yearning from our Eagles to have more competitive sports opportunities. Some of our colleagues like Basel Sport, they have competitive teams who participate with junior colleges. So I think that's a big opportunity that we might not be looking at as closely as possible, especially when I think about some of you who still want to relieve your high school dreams of athletics, like Dr. Herod was trying to challenge me at the fashion show last week, but that's a different situation. He was trying to challenge me to a dance-off, but, so we'll take it easy on him. But yes, please.
Trustee Davis, I don't have the figure for that right now, but I could share with you that the team is looking on expansion of recreational sports. We're also bringing some recommendations to the Chancellor and CEC of expanding other student engagement activities, but student recreational sports is on our priority list to bring something forward for expansion. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, for many years, previous years, I've always pushed sports, more sports in our college because we know that that brings students. And so I'm glad that you had the opportunity to be out there and hear the students And I know that we had a really good soccer team out there in the Northeast campus. And we promised them the location so that they could practice, and we came up with a little thing there. But anyway, they were happy. But now that we partner with the Dynamo, it speaks about what we can have. We can continue to have programs for our students, and not just in sports, but even in the robotics, that they're out there competing, and we have students are out there, they're competing. And so whatever we can do to help them out is greatly appreciated. So
I was invited to come try out, so I told her give me about 8 weeks, and I'm be.
Coach, okay, go ahead.
And I have a number.
Okay, what's the number?
Ms. Dawn Stephen helps me out. It's actually page 6 in your financials on the auxiliary budget. We've spent so far this year $414,000 on student activities and $456 on student athletics. And those are both coming out of either the student activity fee or the student athletic fee.
Got it.
One of our local sports teams wants to help support that budget too.
Well, I just want to express a quick word of thanks for you giving us the extended documentation. It was really helpful to see where we've made progress on deferred maintenance at a building or campus level and where we haven't. So, I spent a fair amount of time last night kind of picking through that, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm one of those that's continuously harping that let's give some of this extra money to the students, for their needs, wherever it helps them to be successful. And our faculty and staff as well, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the next item. Oh, you're still on. Okay, report on the 2026 budget amendment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a report on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget amendment that will be presented to the board for consideration of approval in June of 2026 for specific student support and instructional needs. So very, very timely. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is a report item, and so we're presenting this today to provide you with an opportunity to feedback. You can kind of see what we're thinking, and then we would like to bring this back in June as an approval item. And essentially what we're doing is I'll kind of run through the list, but you can see it there, but it's $1.2 million to upgrade the student services at Eastside campus, to upgrade their area. We have a biology lab at North Forest that's undersized that we need to expand. We need some additional aviation equipment to support the growth of that program. We have some parking garage repairs that are kind of across the system at Central, A-Leaf, and parking lots, Bissonnette and Spring Branch. We're putting in $7 million for deferred maintenance, $10 million on an ERP system transition. I'll talk more about that in a second. We also know that at the end of the year, there's charges that they're non-cash expenses, but they are reflected on the books for GASB 68 and GASB 75. That's the pension liability and the employee benefit. And so we're setting aside some money that we think is the amount that we're going to have to reflect in the budget for that. That's the $3 million. And then we have $5 million. It's labeled classroom and lab improvements and contingency. There's still some unknowns. We're still several months from the end of the budget year. We know that even through the month of September in particular, we're doing those final journal entries and final closing out of any accruals, paying off those final invoices, those kinds of things. So it's hard to get an exact number, but our idea with this was that we know that there's a bucket of money that we're going to need for that, but whatever out of that $5 million that we don't need, we want to put towards classroom and lab improvements. We've been working a list of about 90 labs where we've gone through over the last couple of years and done an assessment of some improvements that need to be made. We've taken care of kind of the safety compliance issues in those labs. But we have a list of, in particular, 16 biology, anatomy, physiology labs that we would like to target for upgrades and improvements. And we also know that we have some potential need to reconfigure some spaces as we do this programmatic expansion out to the various campuses. But I don't have a specific building and a specific room to put that in. So that's what's in that number. The ERP system, we know that we have to upgrade or transition to a new ERP system. While we haven't selected a particular ERP system or a transition plan for that, kind of a basic timeline, there's two of them. There's the one I like, and then there's the one that's probably a little bit more realistic. But basically, it's going to be 2 years to transition your HR, your finance, and all of those business functions into a new system. And then it's going to be another 1 to 3 years to transition your student information systems. I like the 1, 2 is probably where it would land, 3 maybe. The big issue with that is you can't really transition the student information system until you have all of the other data cleaned up and in place. And it's also the area that you're going to have to do the most significant process change. All of the new systems do not allow the level of customization that we have currently. And so that means that we have to change business processes to fit with whatever system we select. So that selection is very important, but that transition is going to be painful and difficult, but well worth it. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate you providing more color. I appreciate you providing more color on the ERP. So 10 million, is that for next year? That is kind of expected another 10 million?
So
for
part
all
of the
4 or 5
reason
years?
that we're at, I don't know a cost. I've heard numbers that are really scary with some of the system. I've heard one large community college is $23 million into a transition several years in, and they haven't even touched the student side yet. We don't want to go down that road. I've heard 10 million is a reasonable starting point. It really is going to, a lot of the cost isn't the software, it's the fact that you're running 2 systems at once, which means that you have to bring in additional staff or resources to keep running your current systems while you configure and set up your new. And we have 3 current systems, right? While they're all PeopleSoft, it's 3 distinct systems with 3 distinct data structures that have to be cleaned up. And so if we have that 10 million, it lets us get a good start on it, and we're not phasing things due to kind of a money constraint on the front end.
All right, and to follow up on that, and you kind of went where I was going to go next, the people side of it, does this 10 million include the people? Because the reworking of workflows and the training of people and the cleaning up of data, at least in my experience in my day job, that was almost more expensive than the software cost itself.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we were planning on bringing in consultants to help with that, or if we were going to staff up like direct hires in HCC to do that, but curious if you could speak to that and if that's included in this.
Yeah, we're looking kind of at a model where you're bringing in an implementation team that's going to help you do all of that transition stuff. So it's not just buy software and call Barry and IT and say, okay, here it is, read the manual, configure it. It's really, it takes that team to come in and do that structured transition from our current data to the new data. And at the same time, making sure that we're setting up business processes that work for us. So
that included in the 10?
That is included in the 10.
Okay. And then, no, okay, that's good for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Ms. McCracken, I'm just trying to keep track. We're asking for this as a supplemental. What was our plan prior to this budget amendment?
This money, if absent a budget amendment, this money will roll back into the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year.
No, I'm saying relative to the expenditure requirement for the ERP. Was it not funded?
It's not funded.
Okay.
It's currently not funded.
So when we had the discussions about timing on the ERP, new system being adopted, we had it discuss the funding?
To my knowledge, there was no specific funding identified. I would say if we don't set aside money out of the current budget year and we plan to implement next year, we would need to probably go back and look at next year's budget and figure out a place to put some money in it.
I know, I think that's the
fund it
next
kind of
step. I'm just trying to get off of step one, because if colleagues recall, we had a presentation that talked about, you know, the ERP and how this is going to take a long time. It was after Mr. Sullivan came on board with the college and sort of laid out this idea about implementing this new system. And this is a 2-year running conversation now. And so, you know, I think that's news to me, that we had some expectation that the ERP was imminent. I know Trustee Cheevan repeatedly would ask, well, what's the number? And so I've heard enough about your day job and how that was a factor in it giving you heartburn. But I think as a board, it is such a, I mean, we talked about this last year when we talked about looking at budget scenarios and how it was not a simple thing to do because of the current system that we utilize. I had to have that meeting with you and Ms. Dawn, and we had to go through, okay, what things do you want to see? So there was a belief and an anticipation that implementation of the new ERP was imminent. But it's not, apparently, unless we make this budget allocation. And so I just find that somewhat disconcerting, because otherwise we would have just been waiting till next year's budget cycle if this money didn't materialize, or.
Trustee Davis, the Chancellor wants to respond to that.
Sure, thank you.
We understand that this is something that has come up, and unfortunately, because of the turnover in administration, and then the most recent changes in administration, this is when Mr. Sullivan came on board, and he proposed that, and he started working up numbers on that as well for us to bring back to the board. But I do agree with you, because we had someone who was in the position, 2 persons, who were in the position that Mr. McCracken is now in, prior to his assuming that role, and then in IT, a couple of individuals as well who were working on that, and now they are at other institutions. So with Mr. Sullivan coming on, he's been with us for about maybe 3 months. And so, yes, he is working on that. He was the one who was looking at some solutions with Mr. McCracken for how we might be able to get this reasonably priced, but at the same time, this is a delay in the process. And so we own that. And as we look at this now with the money that is available, that's one of the reasons why we're bringing that forward to the board for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair. I am a little concerned at kind of the lack of long-term planning for this system with regard to the budget. I am very concerned that you're afraid of the numbers that might be coming in the future. And I worry that we're playing fast and loose with these Band-Aids and these temporary things without having kind of a long-term plan for how we're going to fund kind of the implementation of this. That's just my observation, and what, pursuant to the comments of my colleagues as well. This is kind of a constant concern I have, the lack of kind of long-term planning for something like this. So I worry about writing this $10 million check without knowing what's coming in the future.
So I think it's a real concern. I understand that concern. I think that to a couple of people have made the point, there's been a lot of discussion about this, but from what I can tell, there hasn't been actual plan supported with some dollars and a procurement. We're trying to do that now with the dollars so that we can proceed with the procurement. There's been discussion about the procurement plan. Ultimately, what the board is going to see is a contract that's going to come to the board for approval, because it's going to be over the Chancellor's signature authority. And in that contract, what you should expect to see is what that plan looks like and what that implementation looks like and what those cost structures and timing looks like. Whatever I would tell you today in terms of all of that is somewhat supposition and making some assumptions, right? Until we get those plans in with costs associated with it, and we've had a chance to evaluate that. And then that's what would come to the board. So this isn't, you're not writing the check today, you're making it possible to write the check at that point in time, if that makes sense. Like, I can't go spend the $10 million because it's going to come to you for a contract to approve to spend the money. Does that make sense?
Telling us what we're going to need, so we could be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, Madam Chair, we don't know what we need. We don't know the timeline. We're at square zero.
So Mr. Sullivan has had that conversation. He came in and he has examined what would be practical for us at a reasonable cost. He indicated that some of the systems are really very complicated. They escalate in the price. And that's one of the reasons why he was looking at perhaps even a cloud-based solution and some others. And he then started scoping it out for us. And it really is regrettable that he's not here today, but he had to go out of town. But what we would like to do is to bring this back to the board. And once he returns the first of next week, what we'd like to do is to get a report that we can then get to the board members for your review that will outline exactly what the plan is.
Chancellor, just to remind the board, when we had these discussions, one of the things that we talked about was making sure we were going to have a system, which at the time was being theorized at least. There was a presentation here that said we would have a system that would integrate the different components of the college. Budget and finance, financial aid, so on and so on. And it was the conversations, is it PeopleSoft, is it SAP, Oracle, all that jargon. So there was at least a base level expectation that that system would allow the different component pieces to communicate with each other, because that's one of the big challenges with our current existing technology infrastructure. That conversation was in 2024. And so that's why I'm a bit shocked, quite frankly, that almost 2 years later, we're still theorizing what system, so I think it's more than just a report. I think this board deserves to have a real understanding what has transpired within that time since we got that initial report, and what are we stepwise following and trying to make this decision, whether it's a cloud-based, like it can no longer be theoretical. We need something tangible, meaningful, with some timelines that we can get a good sense, and the administration and the faculty and staff, because they're dealing with these systems every day. So everybody collectively within the college needs to have some sense, hey, change is imminent, here's the timeline, here's what we're prioritizing, and we actually want to get this going because we're too far behind on this now.
So one of the things that we have to be careful about is that we have to follow the procurement process. And so we know that there's 3 basic systems out there that could potentially meet our needs, right? You have Oracle, you have Ellucian, and you have Workday. The implementation of each one of those systems looks a little bit different. And so if funding is available, our plan was to do that procurement, to have those vendors who can do that transition present to us their plans and what that looks like, the timeline associated with that, the cost associated with that, and then in that procurement process, then select the one that we would do that implementation with and bring it back. Right, that's kind of the next steps.
Yeah, Mr. McCracken, what I'm sharing with you, as a board trustee, my belief was that those conversations had already happened. I'm shocked that, again, between 2024 and now, you're telling me we're just going to have the conversations? This isn't I'm not getting into procurement or how that process works. There are only 3 vendors, as you've alluded to. Ellucian, Workday, and who's the third? Oracle, who do this. My God, it's not hard to get in touch with any of those three enterprises to say, here's where we are. And so if the board is sitting here today, a year and a half at a minimum, when I recall us getting that presentation, you're explaining a process. I'm not interested in the how necessarily. I'm interested in what we're trying to do and what our timeline is going to be. And so where I think the board needs to move forward with this is we need a clear sense. Those conversations that you want to have preliminarily, we want a timeline of when those conversations are anticipated to happen. We want a timeline of what we think procurement would have worked its way through to issue whatever solicitation method you intend to utilize. And in addition to those, because that's preliminary, we want an understanding of when this gets going, what's the most optimistic outlook? What's the midterm, medium outlook? What's a pessimistic? And that's on timeline as well as budget, so that the board accurately gets, maybe not accurately, has better perspective on what this process will entail, what it would take from a timeline perspective, and what our budgetary commitments are going to have to be. And ultimately, when we can expect that we'll have systems that just function with great efficacy.
Thank you, Trustee Davis. That was, we were kind of like back here saying, yes, we need all that. We need that information before we can make a decision on this. We need that information. So if we have to put this, since it's an amendment, that can be separate from our budget. But if you could get all that information for us for the next meeting, that would be great.
Will do.
All right, thank you. Trustee Linton Guerin?
I was going to
Oh, okay.
basically what you were going to say, but I also want to say that my thinking is that this process is not completed because we had turnovers. If I'm wrong, correct me, but that was my impression. But I do agree that we do need the information before we can make a final decision.
One more tactical question, and I'll look to our legal eagles for help on this. So this is a budget amendment for this year's budget. You mentioned that a large portion, supposedly, of the 10 million is for implementation costs, not necessarily the cost of the software itself. Is there any risk with us putting that on this year's budget versus putting it in next year's budget in terms of our ability to pay for those ongoing kind of personnel implementation costs?
It's our understanding. It's a capital cost. Ultimately, it's part of it's a capital investment, and that we can put it into what we call Fund 7. But we can confer with OGC to confirm that.
Dr. Manila?
Yes. So that's not really a legal question unless you're asking, because we're trying to do the budget amendment this year, we would have to put that in Fund 7 as far as it, because we do roll that over from each fiscal year. However, it's not allocated yet, even if we do the budget amendment to the specific contract. When it comes before the board, that is when.
Make sure I understand, even the personal costs associated with the implementation and kind of the in-house work with redoing workflows and all that, that would all be capitalized and charged to Fund 7?
That's my understanding, but we'll confirm that on the accounting side, because your other option is that you amend. Let's say that we decide that you can't do that, then you can roll this money into the fund balance and do an amendment to next year's budget. It would be effectively the same thing.
Yeah, I haven't looked into whether or not that would be considered capital costs.
Madam Chair, I am very concerned that our inability to retain talent is completely upending these programs, if that's what's happening. The people that we employ should be working towards the goals that we have as a board every single day. And when they leave, they shouldn't just leave whatever work was made until then. And I'm having a hard time understanding how that happens. You know what, I'm a lawyer. When we leave, we write detailed memos on all the projects we're working on, et cetera. And if we're truly unable to retain talent, and we're going to be seeing this sort of turnover in very important positions, I don't understand how that completely upends a project that has been long-term in the making. And if we are having issues with that, I would encourage us to see what other institutions are doing so that we retain the work that we are paying for every day, that our students are paying for, that our tax dollars are paying for every day. The loss of a person shouldn't equal the upending of a program, because all of this information needs to be retained in the college. And I don't know if that's a matter of more reports that need to be put in the file or whatever. I'm an attorney. If the attorney before me, leaves the case or whatever, they leave me the paperwork. They leave me the trail. They leave me all the work they've done to the point. So I'm very, very concerned that our inability to retain talent is creating this sort of upheaval in these sorts of long-term projects, just in general. And just, going forward, I would hope that we would evaluate this, put people in positions, put processes in positions to where we don't learn that we don't lose that work that these people have been doing while they are employed at HCC.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Trustee Reichhardt, for that. I don't think that it is so much a matter of not having the historical data in the files. This is a presentation that Finance and Administration was bringing to the board, and certainly what we can do is search those files of those persons who were here previously and find out just exactly the intent of their direction moving forward with the cost analysis, with how they were going to proceed with procurement, et cetera. And so we will do that. We should have access to that information. And then, of course, with the staff that we have here currently, they are very committed to this process, and we're hearing the board and what your requests are. And certainly we can meet and fulfill those requests with respect to whichever solution the board members want. And that is why we're asking for your support in order to look through the files, to determine what processes were used previously, the information that is available, and then work with the members of our team so that we can create a pathway to come back to the board with an update of information to present to you.
So are you saying that's what this $10 million is going towards? Because that's what we're being asked for, $10 million.
This is Barry Sullivan's recommendation on what we look at in terms of the solutions potentially based upon all of the providers that are available so that we could then go through that process, as I understand it.
Yeah, and I can't speak to everything that's happened before. I don't know that it's necessarily a turnover issue. Turnover does create issues, don't get me wrong. But I think what we have seen with Barry in IT, and I know what you're seeing from the financial side and the finance team, and is a commitment that this has to be done and that we need to move it forward. I think from what I've seen is that there was not necessarily a commitment to getting it done. While there was discussion about doing it, it was a very future-based kind of discussion, and it was the generalities. And we're trying to move past that at this point to get it done because it needs to be done, and it needs to be done sooner rather than later. And I appreciate the questions that are being asked because it's the kind of thing that we, to your point, should have had a year ago. And that we need to bring to you.
Madam Chair.
Let's.
Question, Mr. McCracken. You said there was not a demonstrated commitment to get this done. Just help me better understand, where was that directive supposed to come from? Was it that the board did not convey that, or where did the signals get crossed about the commitment to its getting this done?
I don't know. I can't speak for people. I will say it is often very difficult to stand in front of the board and ask for large chunks of money, right? And we know going into this that an ERP transition is expensive, is also, from, we've heard, unpopular, right? It's unpopular with staff in the short run because it requires a lot of people to make changes in how they do their job, and it's disruptive. And so it's not the kind of thing that people necessarily want to willingly jump into before they absolutely have to. I don't know what to say beyond that.
So, again, this trustee's perspective, I haven't seen the issue being a commitment from the board. I think we've talked about it.
I don't think you've been asked to support it with dollars that I've seen.
Right,
I'm
because
not
we
aware.
never got a dollar number.
That's
All
right.
we were being told was that it was being worked on. And we try hard. We've done a yeoman's job trying to better understand the budget so we know what's moving where. But the ask wasn't made. It wasn't that the board gave some signal to say we did not want this to happen. I know of at least 2 trustees who were anxious about this happening because it's viewed as an imperative to move the entirety of the college and system forward. And so whenever we get to the bottom of this, I think the bottom line has to be we can't have something this major, we can't have something this significant be treated in the manner this matter has been because, again, I'm genuinely surprised and taken aback the fact that we're still this far back in the process, given multiple conversations that have been had from presentation to direct engagement about, hey, this is an imperative, we need to do this. So to the extent you feel that, and I don't know that, I know different trustees are offering different perspectives. This trustee's problem is not that we need to spend money on it. What I keep going back to is the fact that it took us till now, 2 years later, to have an opening salvo about the money discussion, right? Given the fact that 2 things have been on the brain as far as technology. The new website, thank you to the marketing team for meeting that deadline, miss a deal. And then the ERP implementation. If anyone asked me on the street, I would say, hey, these are the 2 big things we're working on insofar as HCC's tech is concerned. So that's why it's surprising, but to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point, it's correct. When you give us a high number, like you did 10 million, it opened all our ears. So, thank you. Okay, next item. Thank you for that one. Item D, strategic planning, student success update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. So this item is a report for discussion regarding the strategic planning student success update with a focus on the leading and lagging indicators in the board's broader governance and leadership work as informed by the Aspen CEO and Trustee Institute. So with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellors Perez, Burge, and Ramos will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Burge will begin.
Good morning, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Today's update focuses on student success within the strategic plan framework. It's organized around the questions of how are we performing on our strategic KPIs, how do we compare with peers, and what do the Aspen-aligned measures add to our understanding. And since you've had this presentation, I'm going to merely summarize rather than going through every slide in detail. However, as you know, I'm always willing to answer questions about data. So these are our KPIs and have been our KPIs for the last 7 years. Our IPED's 3-year completion rate is the institutional progress measure that we use for SAC-COC. The IPEDS cohort is a full-time, first-time in college students, and there are usually about 3,000 to 4,000 of them. You can see that we have been making steady progress on this indicator. However, you know we have a lot more than 4,000 students. So for most of our measures and the remaining ones, we use what we call our Achieving the Dream cohort. This is all of our entering students. It's usually between about 11,000 and 13,000 entering students, so many times bigger than iPads. It's full and part-time, and it also includes our entering students who have previous experience at another institution. You can see that that completion rate is rising as well. We use 4 years for that completion rate because so many of our students, 70 and 80% in any given semester, are part-time. Our transfer rate has had a generally increasing trend, and two of our indicators that are showing the most progress for the future are our fall-spring retention and our fall-to-fall persistence plus. Now, this is our positive outcome because when a student comes to HCC, 1 year later, we want something good to have happened. They've transferred to a 4-year, they came in with credits and they're already off, they've completed a short-term certificate, or they're still enrolled with us. So this number is a really important one. We can also see that we have made significant gains in our workforce placement. And when we presented this last year, our workforce placement had dropped below our threshold, and there was a lot we talked about with career services, and you can see that we have made progress. Now, we also present the benchmark data for you. We can't present the same data as benchmarks that we do for our KPIs because it takes a year or two to get this data back. You can see that HCC is making progress. Our completion rates, still that is an area that we will focus on. Our transfer rates, again, tend to be in the top half, and we know that our students are very well prepared after they transfer. We see a lot of progress on our fall-to-fall retention, and same versus other is the closest we can get to that persistence plus. And you can see that we've had a significant gain at that point, at this point for the most recent data compared to the trend for the other colleges. We can see our academic job placement is largely flat. What I can tell you there is our actually employment, the career services changes are making a difference. Where we see a little bit of a gap is a lot of our students don't transfer immediately, and this measure actually includes both placement and transfer. Our technical job placement is showing one of the biggest increases among the community colleges. So again, a very positive sign there. Now, the additional leading and lagging indicators, we've talked about a lot within the board. And here we've talked again about, it used to be about access and then completion. Now we're really focused on post-college success. And the Aspen framework really broadens this conversation in that it reminds us that student success is no longer defined by access, but includes whether students move into stronger transfer, employment, and wage outcome data. And this broader view is important because some of our strongest gains are tied to our quality and economic value. And all of these indicators that you're going to see are tied to our logic model. We are making changes in advising. We make changes in the classroom. We make changes knowing that if we intervene early, if we improve our onboarding, if we improve our first-year experience, if we get students off to a good start, we do the wraparound services, they are more likely to complete. That's the logic model. So with credentials per 100 FTE, that measures how many degrees, certificates, and other awards we are per full-time equivalent student. So it's closer to just the total number of completions and includes everybody, no matter how long it takes them. We've had a steady increase in the last couple of years. The reason we don't use this as one of our primary measures is it's actually heavily influenced by enrollment. Like that huge jump to 23.8 was actually not because we increased completions. It was because we dropped 16% in the pandemic, so we had no enrollment. And that artificially inflated those early values. The values we see now are more likely to be slight underestimates of our performance because our enrollment has been increasing so rapidly. However, this is a measure that does give us an impact number for a whole student population. Our licensure rate is among the top of all of our peers. I put those in gold bar order to highlight this for you. And you can see that we have improved markedly in the last 3 years. And this is the most recent data available. transfer students in 2018, and this is a baccalaureate within 4 years of transfer, so this is the most recent data available. These are the students who received their baccalaureates through last year. So they transferred in 2020 and they get time to get their baccalaureates. And you can see that in 2018, there was a gap between Houston and the rest of the institutions, but we have moved to the middle of the pack. And so really the changes that we have made with the articulation agreements and the strength of the classroom preparation has made a difference. And we certainly can continue to improve, but that kind of improvement you see on this slide is really remarkable. Now, these are the percent of 2025 graduates earning awards that meet wage thresholds. There's a national living wage that Aspen uses. We prefer to use a single adult living wage for the greater Houston area, which is a little bit higher because it's more realistic for finding a place to live in this area. And then, of course, many of our students have families, and that's an even higher wage. You can see that most of our short-term credentials, OSAs, which are occupational skills awards and institutional credentials leading to licensure and certification, those are our short-term, very short CEU awards, continuing education awards. Those will quickly get a student above the living wage. But it's important as we think about our strategic plan that we think about stackability because they don't always prepare for a family. Now, some of them do. Our awards in mammography, unmanned aircraft, that I think is drones, stationary engineering, and cybersecurity actually all get you to the family self-sufficient wages, so it is possible to do it, but most of the awards are really for a single person. If they stack, however, then we do get to the family sustaining wages. Both of our bachelors have expected earnings over $100,000. Our digital information tech, our health careers, a lot of our construction, again, have those family sustaining wages. The programs that do not are primarily our programs in early childhood education, culinary, the types of programs that you see on the data release nationwide is really not providing a living wage. And this also illustrates how important it is for students to get to a baccalaureate. The majority of jobs that really provide that family sustaining wage do require additional credentials. And so we do want our students to be able to stack and progress. Now, engagement is an important measure for us because engagement directly predicts student success and completion. The HCC, which is the Community College Survey of Student Engagement, is what we use to measure that. The last time we gave it was in 2024 that we have data for. At the end of last month, we finished our 2026 administration, so we'll have an update for this for you in September or October, depending on how fast HCC turns it around. We have been fairly flat in student engagement. We have been working, as you know, on many initiatives in the classroom. We have some of our indicators. We're fairly close to the 50th percentile in large colleges. Most students are increasing their satisfaction with most of our services. Advising has increased. Financial aid has an increase. Some of our ones in skills labs, writing and math, all of those are critical to watch. We do see that students would recommend HCC to a family member. How would you evaluate your overall educational experience? You can see the COVID drop. Students being online primarily, that's to be expected. For the leading indicators, we see an increase in use of support services. This year is gradient because that will increase over the summer, and we anticipate matching or exceeding last year's number. Students with a full academic transfer plan is almost all of them, and to answer your question, roughly 10% of them are in the big general degrees. That number is about 1,500, 1,500 and change. Now, what I will say, though, is that those degrees are credentials of value. Biology, psychology, communication, and arts, which are specific degrees, are not credentials of value. So we have to work on that. You know, that's a tough place to be in. So Course completion rates, students who do not W are very high, which is phenomenal. Students are making it to the end of the courses, and we are increasing gateway course completion. This is your freshman math and English in consistently. We are at about 30% for math. We have a lot of room there, and we're about 50% of our students in the first year for English. We've made a lot of gains there. Now, note that some students do not have to complete math and English, and they are not removed. If you're taking a C1 or some of the short-term credentials, you actually don't have to complete it. Most students do, but this will never be at 100% is what I'm saying. We want to just keep going up, though. And, one thing about this, in the final one, credit accumulation. We want students to earn at least 15 credits in 2 years. And again, you can see an upward swing that has the scheduling initiatives we've had, the low course withdrawal rates, increasing completion rates, all contribute to the at least 15 hours. Note 15 hours is still 4 years, so we would like to go up from there. Now, looking at all these data, one of the things we noticed is that there's opportunity for strategic realignment that could make a difference on these leading indicators. And with that, I'd like to bring Miguel Ramos up to talk a little bit about it.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge. Hello again, trustees, Madam Chair, and Chancellor. So a lot of questions have come up today, both in the first presentation in academic affairs and some questions in the budget about how we're thinking about deployment and realignment of programs to make sure that our students have what they need to be successful. So one added dimension that we're thinking about here is overlaying data that relates to labor market by region, different requests we've had from community members. We've sent out requests from the presidents to identify areas where they have ownership of programs and want to expand, don't have ownership of programs, would like to expand, different types of courses that they need in order to make sure that students have the ability to complete locally, as well as opportunities to incorporate online education to help fill gaps that will allow students to complete these awards that are going to lead to these indicators. So when we think about the faculty needs question that came up in the previous section meeting that we were having, so we look at a lot of lagging data, data of enrollment, data trends over time. So these are things that we're looking toward the past. Our focus now is to look toward the future. When we think about our community, our industry, and various constituencies around the city of Houston, where is it best to position certain awards around the district where we can provide opportunities for students that we may not have had before? Bob McCracken mentioned the idea that we're building out biology labs in different areas. That's an area of high need. So even though it may not be a credential of value, that is a degree that does lead to a lot of transfer opportunities and leads people into health sciences as well. So we want to make sure that we use the data available to us to make really strategic decisions about how to optimally offer awards, courses, certificates across the entire region, so that we can make sure we address these leading indicators, reducing the barriers for students while also identifying areas where we can provide additional financial support, additional faculty, so that we can make sure they have what they need. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Burridge.
Okay, so we have spent quite a bit of time we've done community meetings, we've done listening sessions, we've talked to faculty and staff, and it's pretty clear that in our strategic planning process, we hear four guiding principles, that student outcomes should be first. That is what we do, and that post-completion outcomes matter. We need to be community-centered, data-informed, and focus on academic innovation and workforce alignment. The timeline and phases of strategic planning process is typically discovery, the listening sessions, those types of things, analysis, finalization, and launch. And you build that on a foundation of an environmental scan. The type of work that we've been doing with the labor market that Dr. Ramos talked about and the metrics that you see, really, what do we care about, forms that environmental scan. So the next phase of it is, first of all, to integrate what we have into the existing strategic plan and, update that book, but then really start the community meeting process to move on to our next plan. Does that make sense? Strategic planning process typically takes about 18 months, give or take, maybe a year if you're fast. And it involves bringing community members together, bringing different types of constituents together throughout the institution, really talking about who are we, what is our North Star. We've heard a lot about what that North Star is, so we do have we know that we want to be a peer-leading institution, that we want to recognize and really promote those areas that make us special. We have those partnerships with Tesla, with really the high tech that makes us special. We have the only community college in the Texas Medical Center, and we have exceptional programs. So we have a lot that makes us special, and we know that we need to lean in on that as we move in this process. So knowing those things and listening to what we heard here gives us the basis if we choose to do it, which is the Chancellor in your decision to really move into the next formal strategic planning process and come up with write our next bold vision. And with that, I'm going to leave it for questions.
Thank you. Trustees, questions? Yes, sir.
Just one quick comment. Appreciate you addressing my question. 10% is a pretty good number. It was lower than I expected, so thanks for that. I know we've talked about this before, but I firmly believe, one trustee's opinion, that Houston has changed so much since we built our last strategic plan 7-8 years ago, that there's value in accelerating that process of redoing the next decade strategic plan. So I'd love to see next meeting or maybe over the summer, kind of a more in-depth timeline about how we can accelerate some of those community engagements, those discussions with industry partners. Because I think going into 2027 or even academic year 2028, there'd be a lot of value in having kind of a fresh strategic perspective that can carry us through the next hump. So I know you spoke to it a little bit in here, but seeing the details of how we're going to lay that out, I know I'm sure that all of us on this side of the dais would love to engage with our constituents and community partners to activate them in this process. So just planting that seed, I'd really love to have a broader discussion about this in the fall.
Absolutely, and I think we can look to having those meetings in the fall, and it's critical that the board is engaged in that community because you hear your communities, and we need you for that planning.
Has that committee, that advisory committee that the board selected, have they had their first meeting?
I think that's the curriculum, and they have, and I can bring it up.
Yes, ma'am. We've had 2 meetings. We set up 2 convenient meetings for them. So we had one last Thursday, and we had one Monday afternoon. So they have their charge. They are moving forward with their analysis, and then we'll have periodic meetings over the summer just to make sure that the work is getting done, or if they have questions.
Thank you for updating us, because that way when they ask me, I'll say, well, you missed the meeting if you didn't.
Any encouragement you can give them, that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all for the information. Trustee Rob.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that information. I just want to update the board. First of all, I want to say thank you for the community partnership meetings. I think that continuing to have those will help to increase engagement. I know that we had a nice or decent turnout at the North Forest campus in District 2, but one of the comments that was made was the possibility of having the meeting in the evening so that we can have more of a turnout. And so I just want to let you guys know that because you may have the same problem in your districts. But just thank you for the information, and if there's a possibility of us being able to have a meeting in the afternoon, I will see to it that we have more people involved so that we can get more feedback on the progress. Thank you.
And can I just follow up to the meetings also? It feels sometimes that what we're doing is checking boxes, right? We have a meeting everywhere, as opposed to really getting to the input part. I know my meeting was 3 community partners. So I really hope we can kind of look behind meeting in every district, to think, is 10 o'clock on a Wednesday really the best time for turnout and that sort of thing. But I know that's not just you. That's just a general, that's not you, but that's just kind of a general comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that when we talk about timeline, we can talk a little bit about format too, because a real strategic planning meeting where you're building a new plan rather than just forming a base has a very interactive component to it, because you're really trying to find out where other people see a vision for their communities.
Right, and I think that's
stickies
that's
where they
getting
got to go and put it, write and put it.
That's really getting behind. We're not just checking the box that, oh, we did community outreach. We actually went there. We actually did everything we could to solicit that feedback. Because, honestly, the number of people that are going to go to an HCC meeting, is probably already limited. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Birch.
Then I want to say thank you to everyone. Also, I want to say congratulations and thank you to all of you. We're looking forward to HCC's graduation this week. I understand we have a record number of students that will be walking the stage, and that does not include the ones that are going to get certificates. So thank you to all of you. And also, we also have graduations this week and next week. So we have 2 weeks, so trustees, get your shoes ready. Also, I want to say hugs to all the mothers. This weekend, I know every day is Mother's Day, but on this weekend, you're going to be celebrated. So if you have your mother, please love her, hug her, and at least call her, okay? Again, thank you, and safe travels going home. We'll see you. Thank you. The meeting of Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
6:05 p.m.
Try to do it by 6, but okay. Thank you.